everyone. Yeah, on days I stream, I usually set the timer you see on my hold screen back to like 7 in the morning in my local time. So I somehow managed to be 2 minutes off. So I didn't want to mess up anyone who was like, oh, I have burritos in the microwave and it'll take exactly 2 minutes, so it'll be great. And then I go live just because it's 4 sharp, even though that's when I intended to actually start the stream. I was looking at, well, I just noticed moments ago, actually, we'll set that 30 minutes. Yeah, and we'll just, get right to it. Now, I have a slightly different camera angle. We can actually see my game system and stuff again, but excuse me. Alright, we're good. Yeah, I have a slightly different camera angle. I've changed my, you may have seen this update on Twitter, but before I had a shoebox holding up my webcam, and I've upgraded my equipment. Now I have a cardboard tube holding up my webcam. It's a much more solid stand, and it works good. I do have a tripod. Okay, I do have a tripod, but the camera I'm using does not have a tripod screw hole thing in it, so when the webcam I'm using now is a 720p webcam. I had to settle for it because it was in the middle of the big webcam rush. Hey, Bovine Divine, how you doing? Yeah, oh shucks, I almost got in. I'm trying to get in at the highest level so I don't have to run around looking for switches. I was checking out the VOD of Konami Krazy Racers, my stream I did, I think Tuesday. It has like 12 views on it, which is more than most of my VODs get, and I've seen streamers with a lot more viewers than me. There we go. With, you know, not even have 1 or 2 views on a VOD, so just to have that particular VOD have so much activity on it. Yeah, retro. Oh yeah, I don't know if you've seen this, or if you saw this, but yeah, I'm playing this on the Wii U Virtual Console, and here's my Switch, and here's a bunch of toys and nonsense. I usually start off with Mario 64 just because it's a good game to play for like a very short period of time and before I jump into something else. And this playthrough I've been doing in Mario 64, I don't know if you were there when I talked about this in the past. This is the first time I've been playing this since the 90s. And so I've been rediscovering a lot of things like that I genuinely forgot. I know one thing I forgot for sure is I actually read the manual. Thanks for the host, Bovine Divine. One thing I definitely forgot about was all the lore in the manual about Bowser transforming the people in the painting worlds into monsters to serve him. Because nothing like that is mentioned within the game itself. Okay, there we go. I'm just trying to get the right angle. Well, not a 90-degree angle, but just the correct angle to get up under here. Now, I've already planned, because I did read to, yeah, Dark Tale indeed. Yeah, like transforming people into his minions, that's some, like, Dr. Eggman type tactics there that Bowser generally isn't really quite known for. But, hey, we're in the creepy underwater town that has all the weird lore written about it. Now, it's sort of funny, I decided I was going to do Mario 64 the same day that all that GigaLeak stuff came out about, you know, all these unused assets in Mario 64. Now my official position on the GigaLeak is I don't support illegal activity, and my biggest regret is that Nintendo didn't just come out with a lot of this stuff themselves, because people would have paid a premium price for like a coffee table book or a Blu-ray set where they go over a lot of these unused materials and abandoned prototypes. But instead it came out through illicit means, and I mean, for preservation and history's sake, it's a huge benefit, but I just wish it came out officially. I do appreciate that Nintendo's basically taken the position of ignoring people covering it instead of trying to shut that down too. You've not played this all the way through in over 10 years. Well, I haven't played this all the way through in 20 years, so you're not so bad on that. I played the DS version back when that came out in 2004, because it's funny, at the time I first played the N64 version, the DS version, I didn't have trouble controlling it. I was even using that dorky little thumb strap thing they expected people to use, and because there was no joystick, no true analog control, and I actually used it proficiently. I played through most of the game like that. Excuse me. And then in like 2005, excuse me. All right, those guys, I feel bad attacking them because they look so sad. They don't look like they're out to get me. They just look like they're just sort of minding their business and just happen to get in Mario's way and just happen to deal damage if he touches them. But they don't seem like they're out to, like, hunt Mario down or anything like that. Yeah, I just wish this info came out in a more official manner. But, but Nintendo just ignoring the people giving coverage for it is more cooperation than I realistically could hope for. Because they could very have easily gotten real militant and tried to shut down all the YouTube videos about it and everything. Like with, when they did the fan translation for Mother 3, I think it was the Starman.net people. The people that are doing the fan translation for Mother 3, I know it started as 2 translation projects. The first one was going to treat it more as a localization. Like, one was going to treat it as a localization, and then the other was going to treat it more just translating it literally from Japanese, rather than trying to properly localize it. And I think the 2 teams sort of joined forces to make one. But anyway, as I understand, I think Reggie was actually asked about the fan translation in interviews, like, well before it even came out, and he just actually acknowledged it. He didn't say he supported it or anything, he didn't, but he kind of, like, I know in one point, I think there's some Starman.net people were at Nintendo headquarters, basically, they were invited to NOA headquarters to basically, deliver a bunch of, Earthbound-related fan mail and sort of, lobby for the game to be released. And I think some NOA employees actually were saying, like, hey, what's going on with the fan translation project? Are you still working on it? And the people there were like, I didn't think that was something I could actually talk about. Yeah, it's gonna be embarrassing to admit the security leak. And I guess because the security leak in that case didn't involve, like, payment card information or people's addresses, because it didn't relate directly to their public, yeah, so, I wasn't saying Nintendo would embrace it, but just saying that, acknowledging that it came out, or even just issuing cease and desist notices. But Nintendo of America employees, including Reggie, were aware that the project was taking place. And so the fact that they knew what was going on and didn't do anything to stop it is, more cooperation than I could have hoped for. I just wish it came out officially so that you could actually maybe get some interviews with Nintendo people about the context behind these work in progress projects. Oh, but well, speaking of Nintendo lawsuit related stuff, okay, shucks, that's, yeah. Speaking of Nintendo related, well, I was already going to, there's scans on some website of EGM, and I already like back when I first streamed Super Mario Advance. By the way, I have no idea what I'm doing or where I'm going. I guess I'm gonna have to find some switches and raise the water level again. Or am I gonna have to go in there to do that? Now, it's good that I do have the Vanish Cap. Now, this is my first time in the downtown. I've got a few stars here before. This is my first time in the downtown area, as it's called. In this weird little town thing. This is the only thing resembling a, like, inhabited civilization, really, in the entire game. Because in Isle Delfino, the entire island is kind of unique in that it has all this world building built up for it, whereas, like, all the platforms, it just has context as a world where people live and work, as opposed to... Okay, so that switch must have brought the water down to this level. What did this switch do? I'm guessing it makes blocks appear somewhere? What did I just make happen? Well, here's a... Yeah, so I'm gonna be playing Konami Krazy Racers again after this. But I have an EGM. It was the same EGM, because what I decided to do was do a bunch of coverage for early Game Boy Advance games, and especially launch games. So I was reading the EGM, where they were covering the launch of the Game Boy Advance, which I was playing. I remember the launch of the Game Boy Advance. Yeah, the Humans in Odyssey. You know, the weird thing about the Humans in Odyssey isn't merely that they exist, it's that they exist, but it's still supposed to be, it's still, like, the fact that New Donk City is apparently clearly a part of the same planet, the same world that the Mushroom Kingdom is located in. And apparently it's implied to be the city in which Donkey Kong took place in. So the fact that these realistically proportioned humans exist in the same world as, like, Mario and Peach and stuff is the weird part to me. What I thought at first was that Mario was going to be traveling between realities or something like that. Oh, that's an invisible wall that Mario can cross through. Now I just can't even. I'm gonna have to get up somewhere. I'm just not good at doing the wall jump that they. Where's the? So I hit that block. I want to know what I'm making appear somewhere that isn't elsewhere. Hey, Collecta Boy, how you doing? Yeah. Well, the thing I found interesting is that this is one of these. I mean, we know from the Giga Leak that they started this project. They started working on this. Like, thanks to this, we know the specific day in 1994 that the official work on this game began. And because of, they were working on this in 94, so thinking about, I mean, this is kind of obvious, but now it really drives it home even more. You have Super Metroid, Donkey Kong Country, like Super Metroid, think of all these 94 games. Meanwhile, in the background, they're working on this. And I guess because it was such a leap, that it seems like such a huge dichotomy shift. I mean, even having I lived through that transition. I have sort of one of those, apparently I look sort of age ambiguous where you can't easily tell, like, what age I am. Because I could be someone who maybe was just born right after N64 came out. But, I'm old enough that I remember, commercials for NES and Super NES. And I remember just the leap that this represented. So, but even having been around at the time, like, going back for the first time, because I did a stream where I just looked at my 30th stream, I went back and looked at a bunch of magazines from, like, I looked at some of the early magazine coverage and previews of N64, and just looking at this N64 coverage, and then seeing all these ads and reviews for Genesis and Super NES games, alongside PlayStation games at that point already, it's just kind of weird, or sort of, just remembering that all that overlap existed back then was kind of, because in my mind I just think of it as such a clean break between those two eras. Alright. I fell down there again. Alright. How do I get... Alright. My computer is not idle. Thank you, Norton. Alright, we've got 4 of the 8. There's one up there. Can I just backwards? I can't quite backwards flip up to there. Doggone. Yeah, I'm gonna have to walk around. Yeah, so oh, well, that's what I was getting at. Now, if my rule for chat is I tend to drift off in the course of actual human conversations, like in a movie or in a book. Characters always tend to stay on topic in conversations, but in real life things meander, one subject leads to another. So if I ever get off a train of thought you were interested in, or wanted to hear more about, you can remind me of that and I'll go back to it. I don't mind doing that at all. And usually when I do remember that I forgot to talk about something, I get frustrated, like, oh, I never finished my thought there. Well, I was getting at, yeah, so I'll be looking at the, we looked at the GBA launch coverage in EGM for North America. We also looked at the reveal of the Game Boy Advance and GameCube in, November 2000 in EGM as well? What do I think of the new Hyrule Warriors announced? It's not my thing, but in the course of trying to find a way to write a story for, The Legend of Zelda, Breath of the Wild, that was, interesting, and yet didn't make yourself have to play through the game scenario in a specific order. You could discover it at your own pace or ignore it if you did. They went with the whole, oh, it's all the game lore is mostly backstory that you find in flashbacks. But the whole backstory with Calamity Ganon, that war that took place between Calamity Ganon's forces and the Kingdom of Hyrule as they're trying to, it's a race against time to awaken, to restore the mechanical guardians and the divine beast that they could fight the Calamity when he fully awakens. That all was a very interesting time period, And it was worth revisiting, but not... And the traditional Legend of Zelda game, even the sense of Breath in the Wild being traditional Zelda, didn't quite seem the way to do it. I wasn't sure how that works. So a Hyrule Warriors game, especially when this was explained as a war between the forces of Ganon and the forces of the Kingdom of Hyrule, was a very cool idea. And it seems like, I wonder if this, like the last Hyrule Warriors game was kind of Apocrypha, where they sort of took different characters and time periods and aspects of Zelda that they knew fans would enjoy seeing and interacting with, and just threw them together in a sort of a hodgepodge, and with no respect to whether or not that's really canon compliant, and so Hyrule Warriors was never really canon. I wonder if this new Hyrule Warriors game is actually going to be canon. And also, I wonder to what extent, like, I mean, we see in Breath of the Wild that the Hyrule we know in Breath of the Wild is the Hyrule of 100 years earlier. So, but we see in the trailer they showed that by necessity there's going to be lots of different areas that are redesigned massively from how they appeared in Breath of the Wild. Is there only a low and high version of... There's only a high and low water level, isn't there? There's no medium water level? Because I just wanted it to not be totally flooded, but still be able to swim around some. Yeah, this is... Yeah, sorry, this is... I'm basically just trying to find the 8 red coins right now. It's just tough navigating all this. Yeah, so I wonder if this new Hyrule Warriors game is going to be canon. And one thing in Breath of the Wild I did take issue with is, like, in the period we're playing in, Hyrule was destroyed by Calamity Ganon, and you're living in a post-apocalyptic sort of state of Hyrule where, you know, the infrastructure, the government for the most part is kind of broken down, and, you know, the society kind of survived. There are a few towns left and stuff, but it wasn't the fully intact kingdom as we knew it that was ruled from Hyrule Castle. You know, a proper, you know, legion of soldiers protecting it and everything. You know, all the abandoned fortresses and stuff like that. I mean, we could end up actually fighting the Battle of Fort Hitano. You know, that would be really wild to actually get to play through that yourself. But it was implied that a lot of those things happened after the point where Link was taken out and had to be placed in the Resurrection Shrine. So I think they may have to hand-wave some of that kind of stuff. Huh. Now, I'm hitting this switch, and I'm not sure... I'm gonna wait till it pops back up. Yeah, so I'm not quite sure... No, just the fact that in the flashbacks, if you look at something like the Bridge of Hylia, and when we see it in Hyrule as we're playing, it's very deteriorated. There are several entire columns missing where it looks like the bridge might be in danger of collapsing, you know, without, you know, some major engineering work being done to restore the bridge. But in the flashbacks, you see that even 100 years ago, the Bridge of Hylia was already in that state. And we do see other places where, clearly in the past, this was in a, you know, a more cared-for state. But then in the flashbacks, it's kind of just, you know, but in modern times, it's more run down. But what I didn't really like was that the Bridge of Hylia, even back then, was in this state of apparent disrepair. Okay. Now, that's one thing. I wonder if, in the controls for the Mario 64 version that's going to be in 3D All-Stars, the cameras are going to be, controls going to be more traditional, where moving the stick in any direction will just move the camera around as you would expect in something like Mario Odyssey. Whereas here, and the way the C buttons work, they just map the C buttons to the C stick on the Pro Controller here for the Virtual Console version. Excuse me, I'm just trying to find the crouch button. There we go. Oh no! Oh, doggone. You see what I tried to do there? It didn't work. I tried to do a thing, it didn't work out. Yeah, so I wonder if they are going to map the pseudo first-person over-the-shoulder mode. Am I getting 3D All-Stars? I'll probably get the digital... If I could... I'll go the day it comes out. I expect, even though it's going to be a popular item, I basically expect to be able to get it from Best Buy or something like that. And if not, I'll just download it. Typically, I would be more inclined to download it. Because frankly, I'm looking at the resale value of it. I mean, I do want to play the game for myself, for having access to Mario Sunshine in HD. Now, what I question is, how are the controls of Mario Sunshine possibly going to work? Because that game was, like, the Mario Sunshine was as built around the N64 controller. I mean, as around the, like, Sunshine was built around the GameCube controller in a way, just as much as Mario Galaxy was built around the Wii Remote. Now, the Joy-Con could replicate the Wii Remote. The analog triggers on the Switch, or on the analog triggers on the GameCube controller, there is no other Nintendo controller that has that capability. So I'm sure it's not as good, and like it was so satisfying to use the water pump flood in Sunshine because of the way they made the analog triggers work. But so I do want to play. You know, it'd be good to have a way to access HD and widescreen versions of. And I already have obviously access to HD Mario 64. The camera controls are really the only thing I'd feel would benefit. Now, I was wondering if there were rumors about this project, about what became known as Mario 3D All-Stars back before I was playing this, and I was like, should I wait until, because what if this would turn, because one of the rumors was that this possibly could be a full-fledged remaster, like what happened with, now is that what's going on? Do I need the metal cap to properly navigate this underwater area? Okay, there's one. Okay. I need to get good and be able to get on top of these. Yeah, I'm just gonna have to learn to, yeah, I feel like I'm either gonna need to get the metal cap or get better at the game. So, let's see if I can at least grab the 8 red coins, and I'm halfway there. The other 4 are in, yeah, so I'm about 3D All-Star. Yeah, the other half are in blocks that I'm either going to have to, oh, is this switch? Okay. That switch, I bet, if I hit that as, yeah, I'm betting if I hit that as Metal Mario, then I'll have access to, yeah, if I hit that as Metal Mario, it'll let me, be able to, walk around down here and let me do something with that switch that I can't currently. Now, there's the Vanish switch I saw there. I'm guessing that's gonna have something to do with, yeah, so I was interested in playing Mario Galaxy. I mean, just getting the 70 star... I mean, I'll be straight with you. I'm not the best at this game. Yeah, and I haven't memorized it like... Oh, come on. It doesn't give me the, it doesn't restore my life because I didn't surface from the water. The water level went down. Okay, am I gonna have to... Okay, I'm gonna have to find other ways, other places where I can get up here. No. Yeah, I have to get up there. You know what? I'm just gonna exit the course. Let's see if we can unlock the metal cap by the end of the stream. Because I know it's in Hazy Maze Cave. So, and I know... Yeah, I don't know where. I think if I remember this correctly from playing the DS version back in 2004, it should be somewhere in... Yeah, it ought to be somewhere in the area near the lake monster. And no, it is... I heard people call Dory a sea serpent, but that's incorrect. Metalhead Mario can move. So this is... I know you ultimately... Now, it's interesting how they decided to make it so that Mario's health doesn't recharge, when entering levels. Alright. is this? Okay, this is the way to the lake, the underground lake. And I think on the far side of it is where the metal cap switch is. And when we get to the metal cap stage, that's also easy access to 8 red coins. No, is this it? No, is this... Did I go in the wrong door? This is the this is where you have to ride the elevator lifts for the 8 red coins. Am I... Can I read... There we go. Excuse me, I just wanna... There we go. Okay, that's not... Okay, this isn't what I thought it was. Yeah, so I do genuinely want to play the games and have them in a more physical form where I don't have to worry about having to re-download it, or in the very long term when like Switch stuff is no longer offered for re-download online or whatever. But I am thinking about the resale value of it, because if I... Okay, this is where I came from. This is the beginning of the stage. Because if I were to... Wait a second. Let's see. Let's read this sign. Black hole. Right work elevator, left underground lake. Okay, here we go. Wow, they actually specifically refer to it using the exact language underground. Oh my gosh. It didn't say underground. That was some bum. That was some bum. It didn't say... okay, it didn't... They should have... There should have been a sign that said, watch for rolling rocks, ironically. Because I know that's the name of an actual star in this. And it's the one that Pen Koic apparently made the entire internet hate him by doing the half A-press emulator challenge. Like, it was so weird. Like, I just thought it was interesting, you know, him just talking about, like, the thing is, he knew the game inside and out to the point where doing absurd challenges like that was probably one of the best ways to get fun out of the game. Like, oh my gosh, I got annihilated! Gee whiz! I mean, only 3 minutes left. Okay. I'm always tempted to get stars off stream, but I've done so much of this on stream. You know, maybe I'll actually... I doubt... Sometime... Okay. Sometime soon, I guess I gotta actually go ahead and dedicate a stream to Mario 64. Because I'm not the best in the world at this game, and I take so long to get through stuff. Oh, I almost fell. It takes so long to get through stuff. That this progress has been slower than I'd like. I mean, I'm only 11 stars away from beating the game. Oh, come on. No, no. Okay, that is... Why is it... Why am I not getting the timing for doing... Why is my timing off for doing the running jump? Okay, that's the button to crouch. I just crouch and jump. Okay, there we go. I feel like I got to the underwater lake... Wait a second. Okay, there we go. I was about to say, I'm like... Yeah, I got to this place before, at least once before, and I did not take that path, because I never remember having to deal with the rolling rocks before this. Okay. And here's the... Okay, this is an alternate path. You have to get on her head. I love how they, in more modern Mario games, they made this this lake monster much more Yoshi-like, and gave him like goggles and stuff. And they made him basically. They made the modern version of this is basically just like an aquatic. It's basically an aquatic Yoshi species, or like some cousin of the Yoshi species, I guess. But there we go. Sorry, I didn't want to do that to you, but I do want to. Yeah, I think the thing is she swims the direction Mario's facing, pretty much. But yeah, they made them like aquatic Yoshis with like goggles, but one thing I think was a missed opportunity is to fit with the aquatic Yoshi kind of theme, like like you see them in Mario Odyssey, or they you you ride them also in yeah, we made it. You also ride them in Super Mario 3D World, where all 4 characters are riding them at once. And when you're doing multiplayer, here we go. Now I think this is the only. It's interesting how they did this, because this is the only Cap Palace thing. Welcome to the Metal Cap Switch course. Once you step on the cap switch, the green blocks will become solid. When you turn your body into metal with the metal cap, you can walk underwater. Try it. Alright. Okay, we're going to... Now... Okay. Do I have to go all the way back here to get the metal block again? Okay, so I didn't go through there in time, so now I have to go through the stage with it being much more difficult just because I didn't know which way I'm going. Okay. Right to waterfall, left to water cap switch. Okay. Now I'm gonna have to... Okay, we're gonna give ourselves 10 bonus minutes because we can go back for the 8 red coins later. Because now that we know how to get there. Maximum 10 more minutes with this. Because I know where I'm going... I want to get something done this stream for Mario 64. Because I didn't get a single star. Now, I forgot what the flying sniffet things were called. Okay. There we go. You've just slipped on the metal cap switch. The metal cap makes Mario invincible. Now metal caps will pop out of the green blocks you find. So do you get all sorts of... Oh, it'll be the first time you own this game. That's cool. Yeah. So we saved. So let's... Oh, and Kalakaboy, you know, I actually realized... I didn't realize this at the time. Why... Like, I gradually switched over from the test card girl you like and with the Nintendo DSi shop theme. I switched from that to my you know, what I have now, where I have the chiptune music playing. I'll have the artwork of my character sitting on that bridge in New York City. I realized kind of, yes, I do prefer to use my own stuff as opposed to other stuff, but I realized why I did that, because when I first made that test screen thing, I made that with the intention of that being a transition while I switched between consoles. Because back then I was switching between the Switch and the Wii U, I think was going on. Is that what's going on? Was it going between Switch and Wii U? And so because I was switching between consoles, I had the test pattern up because it was for like a technical reason I was stopping it. Now, once I started taking, which would only take like a minute or two tops to switch between the consoles and adjust the volume levels on my broadcast software. But now that once it became more of a thing that I used, because I haven't switched consoles in the middle of a stream for a long time, not since I finished with Undertale. So once it became an issue, more of a thing of me just taking a break to stretch and, you know, for blood circulation and safety, I don't want to leave that like a test screen on like I was having technical problems, so I wanted to have something that looked more relaxed. So when I go back to streams where I do more mid-stream console switching, I'll probably bring the test card back, and then for when I'm doing breaks, I'll probably use the one I use now for when I do my breaks. So let's go to switch my title. I usually just delete the Mario 64 part of the title. This time I was actually writing something different. So it's easier. You know, I just realized I was streaming under Retro instead of Mario 64. Oh well. At least now I don't have to change the category. Alright, so we changed the category. And we'll go over to... Okay, we're already on the Game Boy Advance. You know, I just realized, if I just leave... It just occurred to me, if I actually just leave... I kind of don't try not to use the emulation features of this too much, but because when you quit N64 games on the Wii U Virtual Console, when you boot it back up, you will be where you left off. So I actually can go back where I left off, and we can start straight in the... If I could access the metal cap stage as easily as you could access, because there we go. That's what we want. Yeah, if you were able to access the metal cap stage the way you could easily access the vanish cap stage or the wing cap stage from the castle or the castle grounds, because this one you have to go. Okay. Actually, no. What we were going to do first, I almost forgot. We're going to look at some magazine coverage now. Apparently there was a big deal. I remember news sites covering it when Nintendo supposedly made archive.org take down the Nintendo Power stuff they had on there. But apparently either archive.org put it back up without anyone noticing, or they only took down the specific ones the specific issues Nintendo may have listed in a cease and desist, or Nintendo sent the cease and desist just to make a legal point but never followed up on any lawsuit or anything. But because I didn't even expect to find this here, I just accidentally found it. Nintendo Power Advance. This was a spin-off of... I guess we could change this to just chatting. Just chatting. Okay, I have to... ...2001... GBA... There we go. Alright, there we go. Yeah, so I wasn't expecting to find this there, because originally I was just going to bring up the review in EGM, the EGM that covers the GBA launch games that we already looked at before, and just read the review of Konami Krazy Racers. But because we have the official Nintendo Power spin-off magazine that was made to promote the Game Boy Advance and give it a lot more coverage, actually, let me blow up chat a bit. Let me make the chat a little bigger so anyone watching the VOD later on can actually see what people in chat are saying. This was a quarterly, as I understand. I didn't read much of this because I was reading EGM at the time. Didn't subscribe to Nintendo Power until the lead up to the GameCube launch. So a few months after this, I would have actually had Nintendo Power. But this came out quarterly for the first year, I guess, of the Game Boy Advance's life. So, alright, let me just switch over to Adobe Reader. There we go. Oh, shucks. What have I done? Okay, there we go. That wasn't so bad. I thought I just... Now, the scan quality isn't the best, but... Oh, dear Daniel. Oh, it was mechanically personalized to someone named Daniel. They covered up. So this isn't from a newsstand. This is someone's copy from, that someone subscribed to. You're enjoying your ham and cheese wrap. Sorry. Hold on. Sorry it's not vegan. Listen, you're not the one who, at the dawn of humanity, or the dawn of, I guess, biological life, decided that ham would be from an animal and not grow on trees. So, yeah, like low-key doxing poor Billy. Yeah. Now, what they did here, which is cool for preservation purposes, because I've read EGMs where the two-page spread ads do not. It's all one page, like single column. So the ads that were two-page spreads didn't quite make as much sense. Whereas here, the two-page spreads they do actually represent as they would have appeared in the magazine. So and to a certain extent, especially as home consoles went to 3D and handheld games were kind of, 16 or 32-bit, 2D games with performance along the lines of the Super Nintendo or Genesis, they really stopped getting as much mainstream coverage in, like, major magazines like EGM. Only exceptional games. I remember, like, when Pokemon actually got a full-fledged review in EGM because it was such a phenomenon. I was like, wow, they're actually reviewing a Game Boy game. So Nintendo, even though they did have Nintendo Power, they were kind of on their own to have their own magazine really covering handhelds, and the Game Boy in particular. There were some magazines that covered handheld games, but they tended to be quarterly magazines, and they would also cover, the early mobile phone games that were coming out at the time, or even games on Palm OS or things like that. So 4 times each year, Nintendo Power Advance will deliver the winning strategies for the hottest Game Boy Advance titles, complete with maps, secrets, detailed walkthroughs, and a buyer's guide. Our first issue is a testament to the quality and depth of GBA games. Every one of our 5 featured games is destined to become a classic. With Nintendo Power Advance, you have one source that covers all of them, with advanced gaming strategies, and it's only straight from the pros at Nintendo. Enjoy. Yeah, well, this is when Nintendo was actually running their own magazine, and later, the last 2 or 3 years, I think, or later on, they outsourced it to a third-party company. But at this point, Nintendo was actually making their own magazine. We played Super Mario Advance before, an updated version of Super Mario Bros. 2, and the classic original Mario Bros. Game. Now, I was aware of game history, but I was not aware that Super Mario Bros. Was theoretically a follow-up to an earlier arcade game called Mario Bros. I knew a kid at school who said, oh, my friend has Super Mario Bros. For Atari and it's terrible. And you couldn't just look, even if you had the internet, you couldn't just look up for screenshots. I remember when I played Super Mario, I had an NES. I had Mario Bros. 1 and 3. I could not find in yard sales or flea markets, I could not find copies of Super Mario Bros. 3. All my friends and relatives who had NES, they all had Mario Bros. 1 and 3. And I just never knew what Super Mario Bros. 2 was like. I remember going on Nintendo websites in like 99 or 2000 or even 2001 trying to find out information about Super Mario Bros. 2, and all I could find out was that, it's kind of strange for a Mario game because you can play as the Peach, or you can play as the Princess, or as Toad, or as Luigi, and they all have different powers, and you don't kill the enemies by jumping on them, you have to throw them at other enemies or throw vegetables at them. But I never saw what the game looked like until I played Super Mario Advance. So even though I was been familiar with for years with the NES Super Mario games in the form of Super Mario Bros. 1 and 3, and no one I knew had Mario Bros. For NES, so I was not aware. This is also my first exposure to the arcade Mario Bros. Game. F-Zero Maximum Velocity. Now, I never played, my first and only F-Zero game I played was F-Zero GX. Yeah, on GameCube, and I loved that game. I blew my friends away. Even my friends who were skeptics, that were critical of the GameCube, were like, "Oh, it's the weakest." People back then thought the GameCube was the weakest system because a lot of people would compare the look of Final Fantasy X or Metal Gear Solid 2 or to a game like Wind Waker or Mario Sunshine, and just because Nintendo tended to have more cartoony art styles, they just assumed that the GameCube was less powerful. But, the first... Yeah, the first issue of Nintendo Power, the Super Mario Bros. 2 was the cover story, and heartbreakingly, they actually went back to it and did the same claymation style for Super Mario Bros. U on the Wii U. Did a cover story for it. And then the clay models for that cover of the first Nintendo Power actually still exist, and I think it's by the person who made them. And those clay models, at least the Mario still exists, and that Mario is only visible from the front. Like, the back is just raw, unpainted clay, and it's gross and weird looking. Because he never intended for that to be seen from behind. They just made it for the photo shoot. So it's great knowing that stuff still exists. Castlevania Circle of the Moon. Now, the infamous thing about Circle of the Moon was that the Game Boy Advance, we were used to playing Game Boy games in the dark. Without a backlit screen or a frontlit screen, right? We had the original model Game Boy, which was my first Game Boy, the big gray brick, and then the Game Boy Pocket, even Game Boy Color, even Game Boy Advance, I was fine with it. I did get a worm light for that system before I got the SP, but there was something about the Game Boy original model Game Boy Advance. I used to call it a ticket shape, the form of the console, and something about that screen, absorbed the light. So, dark colors, like they were doing for Castlevania, because they're making this game on computers or whatever, but when you actually play it on a true Game Boy Advance screen, it was so hard to see it, even when you had a light shining on it, that, introducing Game Boy Advance. Now, this was a big deal at the time, because this was the first time they really, the Game Boy Color was a hardware upgrade. It was, it could do some things the Game Boy could, not just in terms of displaying colors. Like, Pokemon Crystal was a Game Boy Color exclusive, whereas Pokemon Gold and Silver were backward compatible with the original Game Boy. And when you look at Pokemon Crystal, there are some graphical improvements. Like, one thing, like the tower in Ecruteak City that was supposed to be burned down, in Pokemon Crystal, you could actually see, the burn damage on the building, whereas that wasn't in the version that you could play on the black and white Game Boy as well as Game Boy Color. So, but really, this is the first real upgrade. Now, this is not the best quality scan as other scans I've looked at so far. Nintendo has earned a reputation for delivering exciting and engaging interactive entertainment. Now, the Game Boy Color was selling so well at this point that, especially back then when we weren't as connected via the internet and all of that, Nintendo probably could have. They wanted to have their next-gen hardware. I know if GameCube wasn't coming out when it was, and they wanted to have Game Boy Advance and GameCube sort of released parallel to each other and play into the connectivity aspect, if it wasn't for that, I could expect Nintendo could have very easily gotten away with waiting a year to release the Game Boy Advance, because the Game Boy Color was still selling so well. It was only a couple of years old. It was selling very well in North America. They probably would have waited to release the Game Boy Advance, because the Game Boy Color was still very popular. Nintendo would earn a reputation for delivering exciting entertainment, engaging interactive entertainment, satisfied players for more than 2 decades. That tradition of quality continues with the introduction of Game Boy Advance, a portable system so technologically sophisticated that it offers developers nearly limitless potential to create groundbreaking games with 4 times the computational might of Game Boy Color and twice that of the Super NES. Now, that's always been a point of debate, even to today, because Game Boy Advance, was a 32-bit system. And Game Boy Advance was really the last system I remember where Nintendo, and really in general, they actually pushed the bit count as a way to express or explain the performance output of the system. Because when the first rumors of the Game Boy Advance were coming out, before they revealed it, when they said they were coming out with a 32-bit Game Boy, a 32-bit system, in my perception, was something along the lines of Sega Saturn or the Sony PlayStation. Whereas this was something more akin to the 32X-ish or the Super Nintendo, because I remember when you had, you knew Sega Saturn was on the way, PlayStation was already out, and so when I hear, there's a 32-bit add-on for the Genesis, and then I see games that look pretty a notch beneath Game Boy Advance, let's say, I was like, this is supposed to be a 32-bit system, but the games, and especially when you see the games in action, you could see some of the benefits of 32X more so. And mind you, I was a Sega kid back then. I wasn't like even as a little kid, I was like, wait, they come out with the Genesis, and that was supposed to be like the arcade quality system, is what they pushed as. It's like having an arcade in your home to have the Genesis or Mega Drive. Then they started pushing the CD thing, and I was too young, I guess, also to even understand the benefits of CD. Now, we didn't even have a CD player in our home yet, so CD players probably seemed high tech, but then I was like, I'm a little kid then, back then in the early 90s, and I'm like, wait, before they were saying CDs were the future of games, and now we have this 32-bit add-on, but they're going back to cartridges. And then the games don't look as advanced as the Saturn and PlayStation that are also 32-bit systems. So even as a little kid who was in Sega's camp at that point, I remember when I first saw N64, the console itself, my first thought was that Nintendo was trying to rip off the console design of the Super NES. I mean, of the Sega Genesis, by having a black system with a curved design. Now, I'm just ranting and raving, excuse me. Let me keep on reading. GBA's 32-bit RISC processor. No, but that's what I was getting at. They talk about it being a 32-bit system. It's supposed to be twice as powerful as the Super NES, but then a lot of the ports of games from Super NES to Game Boy Advance were compromised, especially in terms of their sound quality. So the Game Boy Advance, I think, has an unfair reputation of having bad sound hardware because of the compromises that ports of Super Nintendo games made when they put them on the Super NES. But if you look at games like Mother 3, like the Pokemon games, where though they made those games specifically with the Game Boy Advance in mind, I think a lot of that sound rivals and surpasses the Game Boy. I mean, surpasses the Super Nintendo, especially like Mother 3 of those later games. They really, or even Konami Krazy Racers had amazing sound output, amazing vocals, vocal samples used in the opening theme of the game, the main theme of the game, that really surpassed what could be done on the base model, on the base Super Nintendo without any additional chips. So I think Game Boy Advance has a reputation of being less powerful than N64. Yeah, and then, something about, there's a way you could rip, there's a way you could rip, and I remember this with Mother 3, because initially people just sort of ripped the sound off of the cartridge, but there's a way, I guess, you could rip the pure file off of out of the ROM without having it run in such a way that, hey, Jeremy, how you doing? We're looking at a Nintendo Power. We were playing Mario 64 for a little while. We got the metal cap. We're looking at Nintendo Power Advance. I've been doing a lot of Game Boy Advance launch coverage. You can enjoy your stream while doing yard work. Well, if you're operating any heavy equipment, make sure to pay more attention to the equipment than me. I don't want you, doing anything crazy with a wood chipper or a chainsaw or anything, or a lawnmower or anything, But as long as you have boots and ear protection stuff, you should be fine. Yeah, I've been doing a lot of Game Boy Advance launch coverage lately, and at first, I did read the EGM where they first announced the Game Boy Advance, like the coverage of Baseball 2000. Then I read the launch coverage of the system itself. We're going to look back at that because we're going to read a review of a game I've been playing lately, Konami Krazy Racers, which we will play after this magazine section of the stream. And I was just talking about how the Game Boy Advance, it's this weird thing, because they say here that, with 4 times the computational might of Game Boy Color and twice that of the Super NES, because this is a 32-bit system, the Super NES was 16-bit, but then looking at, like, the developer, if you compare, like, Donkey Kong Country on Super NES compared to Game Boy Advance, the Super Nintendo version is clearly graphically superior, but then a lot of games that were made from the ground up that's what I was getting at, Bovine, you were saying about the sample rate. But then there's a way you could rip the sound files themselves without actually having the emulator, I guess, emulate the sound processing of the Game Boy Advance hardware, where the actual music is much higher quality than what the Game Boy Advance actually plays, even in emulator. So it's not just a matter of what its speaker can handle, but what the system itself. But anyway, Game Boy Advance's 32-bit RISC processor, nearly 150 kilobytes of internal memory, are behind the system's advanced capabilities. With that processing power and memory, the system can display 32,768 colors in bitmap mode, used to present still images. The system can display all of these colors at once, During normal gameplay, it can display 511 colors at one time. GBA also has the ability to keep track of display 128 moving objects at once. Really, with the Game Boy Advance and the GameCube, this was really the last time where Nintendo was really open with the specs and sort of boasted about what the system could do on a technical level. After that, they really focused more on new input and output methods and the innovation of like new ways to interact with and relate to the games. The system can easily reproduce all Super NES graphic effects and then some. It has many of the technical capabilities of the Nintendo 64. That's interesting. Hey, Similarian, how you doing? Yeah, we're looking at a Game Boy, this Nintendo Power Advance, which is this Game Boy Advance spin-off magazine of Nintendo Power, because I've been doing a lot of GBA launch coverage lately. The easy portability from other Nintendo systems has led to the development of updated versions of several classics, such as F-Zero, 2 Mario games that make up Super Mario Advance. Another innovation is immediately noticeable in Game Boy Advance is the size of the screen, measuring at nearly 3 inches. Diagonally, the reflective TFT thin film transistor colored LCD liquid crystal display screen is 40% larger than the original Game Boy and Game Boy Color screens. Since it is wider than it is tall, the screen is proportioned much more like a TV screen. The reflective TFT... Now, one thing that happened, because the game screen was so dark, even though for years we've been used to, with Nintendo handhelds, playing a system without a backlight, like I was saying before, the Game Boy Advance screen, the original model, had this weird property where it kind of absorbed light, in a sense, so darker games like the Castlevania the Circle of the Moon were hard to play on the original Game Boy Advance. And when they future Castlevania games, they actually lightened up so it'd be easier to play on those original model Game Boys. But people found some screw where you peeled the plastic label off the back of the system that you weren't supposed to touch, and there was like a thing where you could put in a screwdriver and adjust like some kind of what seemed like a contrast dial. So people were doing that, but it was actually messing with the like electrical properties of the screen. And Nintendo had to tell people stop doing that because it's going to lead to the death of the screen in the long term. The reflective quality of the screen requires that you have okay, here we go. They're actually acknowledging it within Nintendo themselves. The updated speed is important because video game animation looks smoother and natural at a high frame rate. The wide viewing angle allows you to tilt and move the GBA unit while playing and still being able to see the screen clearly. The reflective quality of the screen requires that you have an ambient light source, such as a room light or sunlight, to brighten the screen. They're even saying flat out, like, you need a bright light source, more so than previous Game Boys. I know, but they say just playing it in direct sunlight. I know for Boktai, The Sun Is in Your Hand by Konami, that game required you to play in direct sunlight. But playing in direct sunlight, in my experience with Game Boy Advance family systems, actually kind of has this weird effect on the screen where the screen flickers. It causes the screen to not like display clearly in direct sunlight in a way that I've never seen with other sort of devices like that. Of course, playability is important for such a successful game, as the game's sights and sounds. The horizontal orientation of the Game Boy Advance system gives it a feel of a console game controller with a control pad on the left side, 2 action buttons on the right, and 2 more buttons at the top. The speed of the processor also contributes to game control by allowing for the development of fast, responsive game-player interaction. Compatibility with other systems is another highlight of Game Boy Advance. You can play games developed for the original Game Boy and Game Boy Color on the Game Boy Advance system. You'll also be able to use the Game Boy Advance system as a controller for the forthcoming Nintendo GameCube. Now, that's a testament to the versatility of the system. Once you have a Game Boy Advance system in your hands, you'll be able to tell the many years of design experience that went to the development of the system. It has a comfortable and intuitive weight and shape, like a console game controller with a large screen in the middle. And all of the elements contribute to a fun, fulfilling playing experience. Those elements are called out below. At system launch, Game Boy Advance is available in 3 colors: Arctic White, Indigo, and Glacier, which is pictured. Now, for some reason, I remember a lot of people, even in magazines and websites, calling the Glacier color Milky Blue. Or unless that's something else, I'm just misremembering it. The AA batteries, the screen, the link cable. Alright, there's nothing... Now, they have this system here where they expected people... I guess they expected every Game Boy Advance owner to own a link cable, so that when 4 people played together, 3 of them could take their cables and they could daisy chain them together and make your Game Boy and play 4-player games. Where you take one... Yeah, you needed 3 link cables. You see this little diagram here, and there was like a dongle in the center that the other link cables will plug into. Meanwhile, like I had a 4-way Game Boy Advance link cable by Nyko that I carried around with me everywhere. I actually do remember playing 4-player Mario Brothers. It was fantastic on the Game Boy Advance, and it's a shame that they never really updated Mario Brothers, the Game Boy Advance version of Mario Brothers for the DS or something with... Yeah, it's not that convenient, and the fact that a third party was able to come up with a 4-player cable that was effortless. You just had the four cables coming out of a single little hub. You didn't have to buy multiple cables. One player could have them, and you're ready for 4-player gameplay. Wide World. The Game Boy Advance's screen, the increase in size, yeah, they're just talking about the size, smoke and mirrors. Oh, we have a Golden Sun here. Now, the rotation effects and the battle screen for Golden Sun, that was like an incredible thing to see on a handheld system back then. Well, and the battle music for Golden Sun is just hype anyway. But another benefit of the powerful processing is the ability to show transparency reflection, realistic lighting, and other effects made it possible by superimposing layers. The forthcoming RPG epic Golden Sun Magic plays an important role, and much of the magic effects are displayed by displaying several semi-transparent layers on top of each other. Yeah, and I still have that cable, even though I have not used that cable since 2004, but I still have it. Adventures in 3D. Now, I mean, with the GBA's 32-bit RISC processor and 150 kilobytes of internal memory, enable developers to create games that have many more 3D elements than any game developed for the Game Boy Color System or Super NES. We're talking about Tony Hawk Pro Skater 2, GT Advanced Championship, Iridian 3D, which is on Steam, believe it or not. Somehow the rights to Iridian fell into the hands of some people who put it on Steam, so bless them for it. I plan to play it on stream eventually. The colors on Rayman Advance, and notice how for all these games that are showing off the technical aspects of the Game Boy Advance, none of them are using Super Mario Advance, which should be the headline game. I mean, I rented Super Mario Advance. The first game I decided to get was Rayman Advance, because I felt that even though I loved Super Mario Advance, I felt that Rayman Advance was more graphically ambitious to show my friends what the GBA was capable of. Man, I remember going with my mom all over the store after store, all over Brooklyn and Queens, and eventually Manhattan. So many subway rides, bus rides, going to store, looking for a system for a store that had the Game Boy Advance. And in my head, I was a weird little kid. I had him in I don't know why, I just wanted to see it, I guess. And it wasn't until we found a store that had it that my mom got it for me. Like, oh, you're actually getting it for me? Because in my head, I just had it that I was somehow going to save up and get one, even though I didn't have a job or allowance. The Game Boy Advance system is capable of displaying 128 moving objects at once. The forthcoming Final Fight uses that. Face-Off for fun, they're talking about the multiplayer aspects. And they could have just ported F-Zero for the Game Boy Advance from the Super Nintendo to Game Boy Advance, but they actually went ahead and made a new game. Not that I've played it, but I understand Maximum Velocity be a unique game from the Game Boy Advance game. Now, Super Mario Advance. Now, we played this on stream and beat it already, but enter the Mad World. Mad... Oh, okay. How many minutes? Mad Dream World. The Super Mario Advance just guide Mario, Luigi, Peach, and Toad through 22 unique levels in a quest to stop the evil wart. Nintendo's Super Mario Advance also contains an updated version of the original Mario Brothers, so grab a Game Link cable for a buddy for frantic multiplayer action. Players 1 to 4 Released June 2001. You have a choice of, and it's kind of interesting because back then this is kind of on the waning twilight of magazines being important as a source for strategies and tips on how to play the games. So even this is kind of a special like issue where there's going to be even more emphasis on gameplay tips. But even like EGM would still have by this point a lot of gameplay advice and walkthroughs and stuff like that. Mario's the most well-rounded. Luigi has average strength. Dig your own hole. You can dig through stop sand by pressing the B button. Digging seed is determined by your character's strength rating. It's sort of interesting how much, like even like 2 or 3 years later, I doubt they'd have this much like depth into how the game worked. Oh, this track, this background track reminds me. I do have an off-stream Let's Play going on of Deltarune by Toby Fox that's on my YouTube channel. And all my VODs are also on my YouTube channel on an unlisted... you can see it on screen now. If you type in !VODs, it takes you to my YouTube channel where all my VODs of my streams are on an unlisted channel, or an unlisted playlist, and you can also look at my Let's Play stuff and the other stuff I do there. Not a whole lot, but... Subspace Mushroom. I like how they call it a Subspace Mushroom. They're found only in Subspace. Ace Coins, that's one of the things they added. They have just coverage of all the enemies. Wow, they actually have the map of the world. Now, like, it's sort of... I mean, later on, it's just sort of... excuse me, Jeremy, excuse me, that kind of blew me away, because I'm not used to people actually using the commands. So when I see it, I'm just like, oh, what's going on in my chat? Like, oh, they actually are using the commands I deliberately put in the... Wow, look at all these maps. Yeah, I guess it reveals the alternate ways through here. The boss of World 3. Now, I remember at the time I was first playing Super Mario Bros. 2, and I was first playing it in the back seat of my mom's car, which is really, you know, a lot of the nostalgia of portable games is where you were first playing it, because it's not just with a console game on the home systems. It's when, you know, the time in your life, but with Game Boy Advance games, it could be like, did you wait till you get home? Were you playing it on vacation in the backseat of a car on like a 10-hour road trip to Disney World or something? Did your parents get you, or a family member, or, you know, did you buy yourself with allowance money or something a game for a riding on the plane, or you were playing it during, you know, just, you know, all the... So we went to Blockbuster. I'm in the backseat of Mom's car, and I remember playing through World 1. World 1 of Super Mario Advance just felt so vast, as opposed to Super Mario Brothers, and even Super Mario Brothers 3, where the stages were even shorter, and just going through all the overground area, and going into subspace, then going into that cave section, then you have the part where you're climbing upwards, and fighting the mini-boss Birdo at the end just made it feel like such an accomplishment to get through a stage, more so than, you know, Super Mario Brothers. Yeah, so... we don't really need... Oh, they're gonna provide a walkthrough through the entire game, aren't they? Yeah, Fry Guy. Yeah, they're gonna do the entire game here. I mean, we just went through all this, so... the one thing this would be useful for is being able to tell... Because earlier on, right where you pick up the potion to enter and go through the door to enter subspace, that's right where they put the mushroom to add to your life meter. But later on, they make you have to explore around with the potion to be able to find where to be able to claim the mushroom. Claw Grip, this is the enemy that they added for Super Mario Bros. 2. The enemy was not in Super Mario... that enemy was not in Doki Doki Panic. Now this level here, this was tough. You can see where the key is, but I had to go through each one of these pipes, and there are bob-ombs and stuff like that. This is a crazy little area of the game. Yeah, it's cool seeing the levels laid out like this. Now, being able to find the key here, yeah, this took me maybe like 10 or 15, or maybe even 20 minutes on stream when I was looking for this particular key. I never beat the NES version of Super Mario Bros. 2, and playing the Game Boy Advance version was the first time I played this since maybe 2002 at the latest. Oh, and here's the last stage, which I feel proud because I remember the last stage being huge and intimidating. So being able to explore through here on my own, Mario Brothers Classic. Why can we call the... Okay. How dare you call... Now, I'm not good at... One thing they did change, like, I like the Game Boy Advance version of Mario Brothers that was included in the Super Mario Advance games and in Mario & Luigi. But the fact... Like, when I played the actual... I played an actual arcade cabinet of Mario Brothers, so I'm like, this game is so hard. Like, what is with this game? Like, well, first off, like, the slip... There's this weird slipping mechanic where it's like the Mario Brothers, like, their shoes are covered in oil and they just slip around a lot, I feel like, to me, compared to a Super Mario Brothers or a modern Mario platformer. But then on top of that, what I did not realize was that Mario Brothers, the jump is predetermined. That's what I didn't realize till recently. The jump is always, you always do the exact same jump in the direction you're facing, I guess. There's one jump, I guess you jump straight up when you're still, and if you're moving, you just do the same arc jump where there's no momentum, and you can't alter the jump, like, in the middle of while you're in mid-air. So that totally transforms the way you play the game. And I have not played a version of the original Mario Brothers since then. You wish they'd do a new game with Wart. And it's funny because, yeah, Bowser and Wart, they could really, you know, team up to, you know, like you said, make a real nightmare for Mario and his friends. And it surprisingly didn't with Super Mario 3D World, because they leaned so heavy into the Super Mario Bros. 2 imagery, where they have Mario, Peach, Luigi, and Toad, and you have them with the same sort of abilities, minus the picking stuff up aspect, there's no vegetables to pull up from the ground, and even the Sprixies look so much like Subcons. Oh, you didn't miss too much, and I'm only like a third of the way through the magazine, so don't worry, Mecha Kong. Yeah, listen, think of it this way. Because you missed so much, now you have a lot to go back to for the VOD. And if you have to leave before I'm done with this, then you can enjoy the rest of it. So thanks for showing up. Yeah, and I was talking about how Nintendo, what we're looking at here is, hold on, I just have to, I'm using my finger to bookmark on screen where I'm at. This is, I'm just waiting, I have to wait for it to load. Come on. Come on. Come on. Please. Pretty please, sugar on top. Okay, it doesn't want to load for some reason. Okay, here we go. Yeah, this is Nintendo Power Advance. This is Nintendo's quarterly Game Boy Advance-centric spin-off for Game Boy Advance coverage. And it was like with that Pocket Games magazine you were reading, because the capabilities, my theory is, because the capabilities of home systems outpaced the handheld so much by this point, because even in the 8 and 16-bit era, the handhelds were less powerful, but at least the gameplay styles were similar, where it was mostly 2D side-scrolling games or top-down RPGs or shooters. But when home consoles went to polygonal 3D, they kind of left handhelds in the past in a sense. So I've noticed at that point there was a lot less coverage of handhelds in mainstream gaming magazines. Like, I remember when Pokemon got an actual full-fledged review in EGM, and I was like, wow, they're actually reviewing a Game Boy game. So, no, just the fact they call the enemies bees and not fighter flies, I find kind of odd. But yeah, they have all this coverage of even the Mario Brothers. Now, I got my hands and my brain on as much classic, gaming information predating my own experience with games, which started with Game Gear, that I could. In a sort of pre-internet age, I'd ask, my parents or people I knew, or read what few books and sources were about it, or when magazines would have pictures of old systems like Vectrex. Like, Vectrex, like an Atari, those were like legendary to me at the time. And it's kind of funny, because like PlayStation 2 is as old now as like the Atari 2600 was in like 2000 or 2001. Why Wart dislikes vegetables? I don't know, because he's, I don't know, because he likes, I guess, flies and algae and stuff, whatever frogs eat more. I don't know. Yeah, they never get into that aspect of why. Maybe there's a comic or something like that yeah, F-Zero Max Velocity. Now, we're gonna go back to this, because I'm eventually gonna play this game, because I do I either have it on my wish list for the Wii U Virtual Console Game Boy Advance Collection, or I'm gonna be downloading it. But I want to play the Super Nintendo F-Zero first, and I do have that on the Super Nintendo Classic. I have an unmodded Super NES Classic and NES Classic. I'm too much of a goody two-shoes to mod them. If I'm ever going to play a ROMs, I'm probably just going to go ahead and just play them with PC emulation. The Legend lives on Game Boy. The Legend lives on Castlevania. The Legend lives... Oh, I thought... When I tried to read this copy, this is my sort of advertising writing background sort of peeking through from my professional life, but The Legend Lives On, Castlevania, Circle of the Moon, all new for Game Boy Advance. But I wanted to read it as The Legend Lives On, like The Legend Lives On Castlevania. So, yeah, Circle of the Moon is really good, but I was saying, like, because I think the developers were developing this, obviously, using personal computer hardware, so they're seeing it fully lit up. But then when they're not, so they weren't really considering the way that the Game Boy Advance screen sort of absorbed light, in a way that this magazine is pretty frank about it. It even says, because of the reflective screen, you're going to need a very bright light source like the sun. Like literally a freaking star to light up the Rayman Advance. Now, this game, oh wow, they have full maps and stuff. I'm gonna play through this. This is my first experience, and this is actually the only port of Rayman 1 I've ever played. I will play maybe eventually the PlayStation version. There was a fan-made remake of this recently that apparently Ubisoft hasn't taken any action against. I already downloaded it just to be safe, but yeah, I've never beat this. I got close to the end. I never beat it. I think I lost it or traded it to a friend or something like that. You know, because, let's see. Yeah, like Game Boy Advance games at the time were $30, and the first console you really followed going into launch. Oh, hey, Gunstar Heroes, how you doing? Yeah, I remember. I had my first system was Game Gear. My background is in. I was a Sega kid back in the early '90s. Game Boy in '95 was my first exposure to Nintendo. Then I got N64, and. Yeah, but I remember my friend was still like ride or die Game Gear, and so he was really criticizing the Game Boy Advance, like, oh look, they're ripping off the horizontal layout of the Game Gear because Nintendo knows that was the best design all along. But I mean, I was the same way, even once I had a Game Boy, and I wasn't like a hater of Nintendo, but between the two of them, I just had the preference for the Sega stuff. Because Game Boy was so exciting to get my hands on the original brick Game Boy and see this whole new way that games could be played and games could be designed. I really didn't even mind the lack of color or a light, even being used to Game Gear, because meeting Mario for the first time, in a sense, was so exciting, you know, after being so used to how Sonic games were on the 8-bit game system. Classic Game Room YouTuber, oh yeah, he loves the Vectrex. I had the fortune of seeing the Vectrex in person at a friend's house, and when you see the Vectrex in person, it looks better than NES in its own way. It's weird. It looks like off. You have to see it on the actual monitor. The way it displays those vector graphics, it's so sharp. It is like comparing the NES and Vectrex. It's like comparing a system that has, like 8K, like full color, to a system that's black and white, but can display like 10 times as many polygons. So it looks better in its own way, even if it's not as technically... Yeah, ignoring the lack of backlight. Yeah, it was amazing in its own way. I did get a worm light. Now being the self-conscious high school student that I was, I had the purple Game Boy Advance. My plot was to import a black Game Boy Advance so it wasn't quite as toy-like looking, and then have the Afterburner front light mod installed in it. And, but by the time I saved up enough money to do that, they announced the Game Boy Advance, so I actually did end up importing the black Game Boy Advance from Japan, and it looked like those flip phone cell phones that were all the rage at the time. Now, it seems like Iridian 3D, this was another game that was really impressive with its visuals. I never played this, but what I did play was was Jet Set Radio. It was called Jet Grind Radio Advance. And I remember when Game Boy Advance came out, there was a mock-up of Jet Grind Radio Advance that was just a fantasy game. And then that game actually ended up coming out later on in the Game Boy Advance lifespan. And I still have the poster of it on my dresser, of my clothes chest of drawers. But Jet Grind Radio for Game Boy Advance, I believe, used the Tony Hawk engine, and it only had 5 or 6 songs, but the songs were some of the highest quality audio. It was really absurdly high quality audio. And yeah, the rest of this magazine is just a bunch of walkthroughs. I was expecting more Fortress. I never played this or know much about it. Castlevania. Yeah, this is really more walkthroughs than I expected. I expected more, oh, is it good? I don't know anything. I don't know the first thing about it. You're really going to be the first person to give me sort of any take on what Fortress is like. Yeah, I don't want to spoil any. I haven't played Castlevania since like back in the day. This Castlevania Circle of the Moon. Yeah, just the fact that, and this is before virtual consoles were a thing. And, you know, emulation was a thing, but this is the first chance you really had to legitimately purchase, to play a lot of these, Pinobi. I don't know if this game's any good. I never really looked into it. I just heard of it, and I just never played it because it was never at... Now, Game Boy Advance, the ultimate handheld R-Zone. Now, I know at the time, Game Boy Advance games were retailing for $30, and I know the instinct is to adjust for inflation, with when you look back at something that's 20 years old at this point, but Game Boy Advance games were there were $30, right? And then like NES Classic, the NES Classic series, the NES games later on in like 2004, those were $20, so they were a reduced price game. And then Nintendo DS games were like, oh wow, these are more advanced games, so they're more expensive at $40. So you could kind of see. I mean, even the fact that even by like 2004, when you have introducing the DS, you know, the games, you know, they got gradually more expensive. And I think 3DS was like mostly like $40-ish. Choo Choo Rocket. I've never played any version of Choo Choo Rocket before. This is not the highest quality scan out there. Now it's interesting. They're using Paper Mario here. They're using Paper Mario stock art to promote the GBA. Ready to Rumble Boxing, Rayman Advance, which is the first Game Boy Advance game I actually owned. Now let's switch over. This won't be as long, but we want to just take a look at... Excuse me. I did not... I have to go to... Where's my folder with my magazines? Okay, here we go. GBA launch. Okay, here we go. Just gonna open up... Now I have to readjust my Acrobat Reader. Like, okay, that's just a JPEG. Okay. I have to look at... Sorry, I thought I had this open and ready already. GG1, Game Boy, Mario Party... Okay, GBA launch. This is EGM 144. I'm gonna really... We can browse through some of the... Okay. Have to... Actually, let's blow this up a little bit. And crowd it out a little. I just don't want to have all that ugly overhang there. Actually, I'd rather make it a... Yeah, that's good enough. If you want it to be bigger, let me know, and I will inflate it. So Pinobi was a good game. I'll definitely check it out then. Now this is the last magazine. I never had that at the time. I remember seeing it on newsstands, but I never had it. I've thought about it. I've definitely considered it. It's a high possibility. Now, mind you, I've never played the original Castlevania, so I'll get to do a... let's see what's going on here. I'm just looking at the... yeah, Tokitori, Metal Walker, Final Fantasy Chronicles for the release of Chrono Trigger for the game for the PlayStation. Gundam Journey to Jaburo. Now, when Gundam first came to North America, now this isn't going to be a Gundam stream, I promise, but when Gundam first came to North America, you probably all already know this here, but anyway, like, but I do get people watching that don't know about this stuff, and I know, like, Okay, I just want to blow up the chat a bit more. Kick some rusty metal butt, yeah. Now, Gundam Wing was the first exposure a lot of North American people had to the Gundam franchise. So, Journey to Jaburo kind of weirded out a lot of people because that game was based on the original continuity of Gundam, the Universal Century. And it was basically a loose adaptation of the original series. Well, the first half of the original series. Now, I was familiar by the time Journey to Jaburo came out. I believe they're already airing Mobile Suit Gundam on Toonami. But the thing that I found frustrating about Journey to Jaburo was the fact that there's no space combat in the game. The game only takes place, like, the first level takes place in a space colony, which is like a sort of a terraformed, like, landscaped space station, so it's basically the same. Now this, when I was reading this before, hard to look at this, portable Atari 2600. It's hard to believe it's taken this long, but there's finally a portable version of Atari's first game system from the 70s. The Atari 2600 VCS, built and designed by Ben Heckeldrun. Yeah, so Ben Heck is already making a lot of was already making a name for himself doing mods and custom jobs. Yeah, I liked Journey to Jaburo. I was just frustrated that there was no space combat in the game itself, because they just go from the first battle, which takes place in the Side 7 space colony, and then it skips straight to the part in the series where they're on Earth. But then there are all these, look at Toru Iwatani. He's, like, not aged at all. He looks basically the same now. We have this interview with Toru Iwatani here. Look at all these, just browsing through. We're going straight to the Game Boy Advance coverage, and we saw this ad in Nintendo Power. And these, Dark Cloud, $50. Twisted Metal Black, $50. Like, yeah, like, PS2 is already, it'd been out for about a year and a half at this point. On the Edge, yeah, the Game Boy Advance, yeah, GBA launched at $100. And look at this, the Game Boy Advance link cable, I think that third-party 4-way cable, which worked perfectly fine, I had no problems with it, that was, I think, either the same price, I was going to say, it was either the same price, cheaper, or only $5 more. So basically I was saying, yeah, it was either cheaper, more expensive, or the same price, which is basically saying nothing about it. But yeah, here's the magazine, Nintendo Power Advance. This is just what we just were looking at for EB Games. Yeah, yeah, you know nothing about Gundam, but yeah, this most Sue and Chan. A lot of these comics were laugh out loud funny to me, but this particular comic is so text heavy. Look at all this. Like, I tried to read it on stream. There's some where I would just like die laughing. I remember times where I narrowly avoided getting my my EGMs confiscated by teachers because I was reading under the table. And mind you, like, when I only did that in classes I was really good at, because, like, if I was so good at a class where I was, like ahead of the material pretty much, and the material wasn't challenging for me, those were the times where I'd goof off in class and I'd still do good anyway. The classes where I actually, like, needed to try, those are the classes I'd pay attention in. Apparently, you know what? I don't think I was that clever. I think more the teachers just knew that I had this material down pat and didn't bother to, like, rail on me to pay attention, because, like, I was not even trying to hide what I was doing, so I think the teachers just knew. Now look at this, Animal Forest for N64. This was the N64 Animal Crossing game, and I believe the GameCube one was kind of just an updated port of it to an extent. And they even have here NES on N64, because this was, I mean, even though NES at the time, in like 2001, NES seemed ancient, right? But I mean, but now, like, the games from 2001 are older now than NES games were back in 2001. This is some of the NES games that were built into Animal Crossing were for some of the first chances we had to replay those games, you know, so. Now, I say we, I mean, like, NES, I was more, like, I remember commercials for NES, but I wasn't playing, I really wasn't interested in NES until, like, the N64 era. I actually got an N64 from... My NES came from my neighbor's garbage back in '98, because people just throw away their NES. It's like, oh, this is an old thing. We don't need it anymore. Excuse me, I need to go ahead and get down to the... We'll just browse to the GBA launch coverage, because we already did look through this before. Okay, now this here, Okay, I'm gonna keep moving. I want to actually get to the game. We'll do some magazine-centric stream. Now, this is the Game Boy Advances. Now, this was a full-page spread, so... Now, this I found so odd, because they're using... Like this here, this is Sushi from Paper Mario, right? But on the right, this is clearly the Paper Mario art style, but it's like off. It's like a picture of... You know what I think this is? I just realized what this is. What this image of Bowser is... I think what they did was they took a screenshot of Bowser, like, breathing fire from Paper Mario, and then, like, traced over it to make this artwork. Because I don't remember that being any stock art related to Paper Mario, and it just looks slightly off. Like, it's, like, slightly goofy in some way. Someone's trying to call me. They could go away. It's probably, a credit card scam or something. Now, here they talk about... here we have Next Stop Atlantis, and at the time they were like, I remember at the time news of an advanced Game Boy system, codenamed Project Atlantis, first leak in the Game Boy Pocket era in 1996. And Yamauchi's mandate was that we would not ship any new Pocket handheld unless it's the same size or smaller than Game Boy Pocket. And apparently what's come out since then was that Project Atlantis was not the Game Boy Advance itself. Project Atlantis was something to make a handheld, something apparently rivaling the N64 in power that they abandoned and then went with something more modest that turned into the GBA as we know it. Because they're now, when I see Game Boy Advance stuff, like references more in the last couple of years to the abandoned Project Atlantis, it's something different from GBA. So we just have all this Game Boy Advance launch coverage. And here in the lower corner here, this was some of the first time, this right here, Super Mario 2 originally wasn't a Mario game at all. Nintendo took the Japanese version of Super Mario Bros. 2, known here as the Lost Levels, was too difficult. And which was a call, and I see people all the time say like, oh, Nintendo of Japan, which is actually just Nintendo Corporation Limited. Oh, Japan thought that Super Mario, the real Super Mario Bros. 2 was too hard for Americans. It's actually NOA that made that call and asked if they could give them a different game to release the Super Mario Bros. 2. And Nintendo in Japan obliged them by adapting Doki Doki Panic into the Mario Bros. 2 that released in the West. It was actually NOA that made that call, not a Nintendo's parent company in Japan. But this year was actually some of the first time that people in North America or Europe had actually any kind of information. Oh, I want to zoom back out. How do I zoom back out? Hello. Okay, I have to be... Hello. There we go. Yeah, we just have speculation on which... Okay, there we go. Yeah, just speculation on which games might come out. Castlevania Circle of the Moon. We want to look at Super Dodgeball, Rayman Advance. We're going to play that. We're going to play Turning Out Sports Skaters 2, Iridium 3D, Konami Crazy Racers. Here we go. This is what we're going to play in a little while. Now, I heard people saying, like, well, I even heard, I think it was on a couple of lists, like, you know, people rating Konami Crazy Racers higher than Nintendo's own Mario Kart Super Circuit, and I was like, okay, like, I was kind of skeptical. I never even noticed this game back then. And I did not play this game until I played it on stream earlier this week. But when I played it, and I'm like, yeah, based on my memory of Mario Kart Super Circuit, which I have not played since it came out, and I rented it from Blockbuster once and never did so again. Now, I'm gonna play it again on stream. My taste in gaming is probably maybe more refined since back in 2002 or whenever it came out. Now, best feature, super deformed characters. Worst feature, not enough courses. I say the best feature is probably the music, but what is it? What happens when Konami's popular, in Japan anyway, characters aren't starring in their own games? They race go-karts. Similar to Mario Kart, you work your way through 4 cup circuits for each race, vying on the title of Kart Racing Champion of the Universe. Alright. These days, kart races are a dime a dozen, so it's cause for celebration when one comes along that's actually gasp good. Now, this came out at launch, and Mario Kart Super Circuit did not come out until the following year, I believe. So, if you wanted a kart racer on Game Boy Advance launch day, this was your only option. And I think what hurt it was that most of these characters, as they mentioned, are characters that are the only way... Oh, Clocker Boy saying, remember junior high, a way to cheat on spelling tests. You have a light indentation on a piece of paper, had the words and definitions. I would simply write over the indentations. Oh, okay, that's one way to do it. Yeah, a lot of these characters are characters that only be familiar to Japanese gamers. And like Goemon had the N64 games out. Aside from that, none of these characters are easily recognizable. Like for Metal Gear, instead of Solid Snake, you have the ninja, and he's in a super deformed cartoony version, so it's not obvious. Castlevania, I've seen the end boss of Castlevania. This cartoony version of Dracula from Castlevania does not look recognizably to me like something from the Castlevania series. I thought it was maybe from some other game I wasn't familiar with. Then you have these two, like this cat girl that was from some Japanese rhythm game Konami had, and then a baseball game series that was Japan only. So you really can't recognize any of these characters. The only franchise US gamers would recognize was Goemon, who was still obscure at the time, and really still never was not obscure. It's kind of a cult hit. But Goemon, the only character you'd recognize easily was Goemon. Then you have representations from Castlevania and Metal Gear, but the characters aren't easily recognizable. They aren't iconic. They could have got Simon Belmont and Solid Snake. Instead, you have the ninja and Dracula, and especially Dracula wasn't even recognized as being from... Anyway. The brightly colored levels each have one of Konami's big games, most of which are Japan only, as its theme. Power-ups are balanced conveniently, color-coded speed boosts and blue bells, and random weaponry in red. That's handy for times when you don't want a weapon but desperately need an extra boost of speed to get ahead. Another cool feature are license tests, time trials, and head-to-head matches, which you must pass in order to open up additional courses. Now that's something Mario Advance. Hey, Cat's Eye, it has been a while, but yay, thanks for dropping by. I'm doing good. We're just looking at the review for Konami Krazy Racers, a game that I wanted to try. It was kind of more just a scratching that off the list of Game Boy Advance, early Game Boy Advance games to try out on stream. I didn't expect to be so impressed by Konami Krazy Racers, and it certainly blows my memories of Mario Kart Super Circuit. I would definitely rate this higher based on my memory, but I have not played Super Circuit since, hey, thanks, Cat's Eye. Thanks for the bits. Yeah, I've not played Super Circuit since 2002, so I will go back to it. I'll probably like it a lot more than I did before. Just wanna get my forehead a bit, getting a bit of a shine on there. I don't really like all that much. Yeah, but there's like a licensing system and trials you need to get ahead. And Mario Kart has like a license system, almost sort of in a way a sort of light version of Gran Turismo, where you have to earn licenses to progress through the game. Music is okay. No, let's keep going. Krazy Racers now without its problem. Music is inexplicably absent from multiplayer games, and there aren't enough tracks. Now that's unfortunate because the music is really good in this. There's really high quality. The opening theme to Krazy Racers, we'll hear it when we go into the game, but it is by far has the highest quality voice sampling I've ever heard in a Game Boy Advance game. So maybe whatever method they were using to make the music so good didn't work, like multiplayer was using too much horsepower or something like that. Games, there aren't enough tracks. Yeah, there are only a few tracks and they're just different variations on them, which is kind of how Super Mario Kart and Super Nintendo was. It's cool that you can use coins to collect on the tracks to purchase weapon upgrades, and that makes you pretty unstoppable. Another gripe of the level design is the collision detection on the edges of some of the water tracks. Too many times when you fall into the water, you repeatedly fall in and out before you get back on the track. It's a tad bit short, but there are more characters to unlock. Oh, there are more characters to unlock. I didn't know that. And a good amount of mini games and multiplayer to keep it up. Now, all right. The fact that Top Gear... Oh, no, that's the Top Gear review. Wait, is that... Okay, so we hear the other reviews for Konami Krazy Racers. Nothing's crazier than spelling crazy with a K. Believe me, and this game really lives up to its title. Where else can you drive as the ninja from Metal Gear alongside Goemon, while Castlevania music plays in the background of the fiery racecourse? Not only is KKR entertaining for its eclectic mix of racers, but also for its intelligent level design, well-balanced items, and heart-pounding multiplayer matches. Now, if only there were a few more circuits to make this one last a while. Yeah, there was unfortunately not 4-player multiplayer. They only supported up to 2-player multiplayer on this. It's also too bad everyone needs a copy of this game to play head-to-head. Yeah, like with Super Mario Advance and a lot of other Game Boy Advance multiplayer games, like Mario Kart Super Circuit, you can play 4 players with one game pack. Now, there'd be limitations. I think everyone had to play as Shy Guy when you played 4 players with one game pack. But the fact that on Game Boy Advance you have one game and one cartridge serving through a wired network 3 other devices, copies of the game, that was quite the technical achievement. With no Mario Kart. Oh, how about a Contra level for Crazy Kart 2? Right, those levels to Konami, kids. If there was a Crazy Kart 2, it was definitely Japan only. Now, with no Mario Kart in the launch roster, KKR is a welcome addition to the lineup. It's almost exactly the same game, though I wish there was some more recognizable characters to race with. Outside of Goemon, the ninja from Metal Gear Solid, and the Easter Island head of Gradius fame, I doubt many Americans care about the cast in KKR. That's just what I was saying before. And the Goemon, the Goemon theme for his level is the Kai Highway theme from Mystical Ninja starring Goemon for N64, which was my first, actually the only non-handheld Mystical Ninja game or Goemon game I've ever played. So I was really... Now that theme may be a theme from earlier Goemon games that reoccurs, because I have not played through most of the Goemon gameology, because most of those never left Japan. They have apparently done fan translations of most of those games, so I will be playing those on stream via PC emulation, or maybe even reproduction games, but okay. Not that... Okay, outside of Goemon, not many Americans will care about the cast. Not that it should stop you from spending your cash on this game. It's a total blast. Hooking up 4 GBAs and going at each other out on the track is absolutely addicting. Oh, this game did support 4 players? The manual made it seem like it only supported 2 players. But anyway. Alright, so if it does support 4 players... You know, oh, shucks. My doggone, I sat around too long, and I think the Wii either went to... No, the Wii flat out turned off, so... We're about to play again anyway. Hooking up 4 GBAs and going at each other on the track is absolutely addicting. Even if your favorite plumbers nowhere to be seen, Konami creative racers could be accused of being a total ripoff, but who cares? Buy it anyway. I would not call this a ripoff of Mario Kart. Yes, it is a kart racer, and all kart racers do owe their lineage to Mario Kart, but I really do feel as though Konami Creative Racers really earns its title as a unique game and a more than worthwhile game. I'm just running my mouth a bit to stall while I boot my Wii U back up. And we get into... Okay. Suspend point loaded. Okay. Okay. Alright. I'll just change from just chatting to retro. Retro. There we go. Retro. Why can't... Does it want me to go to retro? There we go. So I'm just going to full screen my broadcast software now that we're done with the magazines for the rest of the stream. Go to Okay, I just want to get up and stretch real quick. I don't need a proper, like, break where I put on my away screen and everything. I just need a quick little stretch just to get the blood flowing, because I'm not the kind of person who sits around a lot. Really, when I do this streaming, this is the longest period I ever spend sitting around. Even when I'm at the same setup doing, you know, my writing and other stuff like that, or doing online appointments, I don't sit around as much as I do during streams, so. Alright. We'll play at least an hour before, I will need a proper break, but... Now listen to the music on here. Unless that music only plays the first time you play the game. Now look at the interface. There's actual... It's not much, but the fact that there's actual lore for this game is so interesting. Wait, where's the music? There we go. Listen to that. I mean, it's a hot beat to boot, but I don't need to be... no, I'm not gonna fall into that trap and messing around with my layout in the middle of a broadcast. Oh, you played this game. This is my last stream. It was actually my first time playing this game, so I hope the I just want to move the chat over here. Yeah, moving chat is not as wild as... Yeah. I haven't even touched the mini games on here yet. That's the crazy part. Yeah, okay. License center. We're playing easy for now. But this music, like, this is some of the... This here is... I mean, Goemon's one of the only characters I'm familiar with. And I will be playing Mystical Ninja Star and Goemon on stream. That's definitely a game. Okay, that's Crazy Cup, Hyper Cup. Let's see if... let's start with Crazy Cup just to get back into the feel of this. Oh, you've been singing its praises for years. You know, it's funny because I'm not... when I first started playing and I heard this music, I was like, alright, this is... I already love it. Yeah, I was really... if you look at the... Like, last time, I really had to go ahead and grind. It was my first real speed-related grinding session when I spent, I think, close to a half hour trying to get the second... when I was trying to get the second license and trying to, I guess, just pass it. Because it's basically just a timed run where you have to get in under a certain amount of time. Just learning the course and learning the obstacles and memorizing everything. It was definitely, like the first time I really did anything close to, like, running on stream. And it was frustrating, all the failed attempts, but it was quite satisfying. I was having fun. So I don't think I'm going to become a speed runner or anything, but hey, Tundex, how's it going? We were looking at all this magazine. We were just reading the magazine reviews of this very game, and last time I was just really blown away by how good the game was. Alright, and I want to get first place in every track here. I'm playing the easiest mode and the easiest setting right now just to get back into the game and get used to the... I didn't even clear the game properly in terms of just getting through all the tracks. I'm just going through this easy section, or this, I guess, just the beginner mode, easiest circuit, or the easiest campaign and the easiest setting, just to get back into the feel for it. Because I typically... Oh, shucks. Everyone is pigs now. Yeah, I'm basically just... There we go. Yeah, I'm basically playing this... Yeah, I really don't play off stream much, so I'm getting back into the groove of how the game feels. Oh my goodness. I mean... That was just bad luck, but... Like, the first time I played the stage, it respawned me... Like, the first time I was playing through there, it respawned me at a place where it put me, like, behind the finish line, so I had to do, like... I was basically instantly lapped by the other characters, and so there's no way I could catch up. Oh, come on. Please. Okay, at least I could actually successfully... I don't know if I'm too far for... No, I forgot if I... Yeah, that's what I need. You just got off work? This should be interesting? Alright. Well, I better deliver. Yeah, and I was... Not only did I read the magazine coverage of this game, and I looked through future issues of Nintendo Power Advance, there's never any in-depth coverage of this particular game. Please, I'm doing this specifically because I do want to, Oh, come on. Yeah, the weapons you get really don't seem based specifically on your placing. It's not like the further back you get, the more powerful items you get. It really does seem to be pure chance. So, weapons... Oh, I thought I was on the final lap before. I'm just looking for a good place. The mole basically leaves behind a hole. And that hole is basically the replacement for the banana peel item in Mario Kart. So if the baseball guy gets in front of me again, I at least have a decent weapon ready. Yeah, I hope you had a chill day of service as a critical infrastructure worker today, Tundex. But whether you did or didn't, hopefully you could chill for a minute now that it's over. Yeah, I'm just in a weird... Okay, now... It was weird because like when I was getting to the end, and I passed the baseball kid, I was getting to the end, I'm like, okay, phew, I could let my guard... I could relax a bit because it's almost over. Then I realized there's a whole other lap left. It's like, oh boy. Yeah, it said... Now, it didn't mention this in the manual, but the review kind of spoiled, and it's not the kind of spoiler I really care about, but there are characters that can be unlocked, so I'm interested to see who else is playable. If you do know who's playable, you can go ahead and say it in the chat, who else, if there's anyone else I haven't unlocked yet. Because most likely it's going to be someone from a game I never heard of that's never left Japan, frankly. And I don't think I'm ever going to 100% this game, but it's something... next week, I'm going to be back with probably more GBA launch coverage stuff. More like 2000, like year one Game Boy Advance stuff. Because right now, as far as what I have access to, I'm limited to what's been made available on the Wii U Virtual Console. Because I'm not using PC emulation until I really don't have any other practical choice. And for... until I get... I do have an Analog Pocket pre-ordered. I was able to score one of those pre-orders, so... I would have had a very different approach to buying these Game Boy Advance, because most of these actually 100% of the games for Game Boy Advance and DS, well, any game in general that I've downloaded on the Wii U Virtual Console is basically played specifically, well, I downloaded specifically with streaming in mind. You don't remember there being unlockable characters in this. The magazine review mentioned, oh, you can unlock extra characters. So I was like, oh, that's interesting. I wonder who else is playable. I mean, it's not going to be like Ibi Samaru or like Sasuke or something like that, or Yae from Goemon. So it's not gonna, nothing's gonna rock my socks anyway. Oh, they're four. Okay, who are they? If wherever you're looking up at mentions them, I'm curious. Yeah, because I didn't look up much into this except for just hearing about it, and it's a GBA launch game. And it's kind of crazy because Bear Tank from Poppin' Music, okay. And character from Rakagu Kids. Alright, see, it's like, so it's games I've never heard about. Oh, Ibi Samaru is playable in the game, really. That's cool. Because I didn't think he would make it in, but that's neato. I mean, knowing Ibi Samaru, he would probably, like, I don't know, like, park the cart. He would probably go off course to go buy, like, McDonald's or something, and get a bunch of food, and more food than he could afford, and so then he, like, gets in trouble with, like, the manager for having run up this bill, even though McDonald's makes you pay first anyway. Yeah, I'd probably stop by a restaurant, run up a bill he can't afford, and have to have Goemon come and bail him out. That's the Ibi-Samaru thing to do. So, like, in terms of being in character, he probably wouldn't be that great of a kart racer. Oh, you can play as the Vic Viper from Gradius. That's cool. Now, I've never played a Gradius game, but I am familiar with it, and I do like shooters. In fact, there is a side-scrolling shooter for the Nintendo Switch that just came out recently. It's like a retro-style graphics game where I think you're playing as an octopus, and that looks like a cool game. And it's a game I do plan to stream. I added it to my wish list. And maybe my first non-4x3 game that I play. Oh, I thought I was like, how did I get in last place? And then I realized, oh. Yeah, it was a iOS and Android only sequel. I heard there was a mobile sequel, but I just assumed it was Japan only. So if there is a mobile sequel and it's available in North America, well, good for them. Now this time I actually got first place in all 4 tracks. Actually, that's what I want to do. I want to go through and make sure I get first place. Because the first time I played this, it was my first time playing, and I wasn't quite sure how to play yet. Because I was kind of trying to... Wait a second. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Quit. Easy track. But I got first place in all 4 races. Ochu. Okay, whatever. Power Stadium. Yeah, well, let's go through this. Then after this, I'll go through some of the new stuff I haven't played through yet. Because yeah, I was trying to play this like Mario Kart, where you needed to... The bunny hop was necessary in order to drift. Whereas here there doesn't really seem to be drifting, you just have a bunny hop, which seems to be limited to just avoiding obstacles and gaps in the road and stuff like that. Like like in Mario Kart, I think if you bunny hop over a launch pad, like one of those jump booster things that jumps you over a hazard in the track that otherwise is impossible to navigate, it gives you a very tiny extra boost. Whereas, and when you try that in this game, oh, I thought I was another racer and it wouldn't affect me that much, but turns out that, yep, I avoided the bomb. I feel proud of myself for doing so. Final lap. Okay, I actually do want to get first. Yeah, I haven't really been braking so much as I've just been taking my hand off of the gas. Taking my foot off the gas, or rather just... Yeah, I'm not braking, I'm just pressing the accelerator. Alright. Yeah, so there's a direct sequel. I really do look forward to playing the Goemon games on here. In November, I want to do DS stuff because, you know, that's a lot of the, like I said, was my strategy with buying all these. Oh, hey, yeah, I'm making Mecha Kong's dreams come true by playing Goemon by playing Konami Crazy Racers. We're looking at magazine coverage earlier of, well, the launch of GBA. We're reading Nintendo Power Advance. Well, I started with a half-hour Mario 64 in which all I did was unlock the metal cap. But when it comes to Mario, what was it talking about? No, yeah, I almost said Mario Advance. I meant to say Nintendo Power Advance, which was this sort of spin-off of Nintendo Power that was done quarterly for the first maybe year or two of the Game Boy Advance's lifespan, where there was just mostly in-depth walkthrough coverage for Game Boy Advance games that otherwise wouldn't have gotten their own. Blaster Master, if I stream it, I'm honestly probably not going to complete it. I have the original cartridge for it. I played it, you know, years ago, and it's just such a huge game that it's like it's a really cool game, but it's not the kind of game like I'm gonna be good at beating, frankly. And okay, Now this does resemble. This obviously takes some inspiration from Rainbow Road, but it's a lot kinder than the Super Nintendo Rainbow Road because this track actually does have bumpers to keep you in the stage. Yeah, I try to put the hole strategically near those other holes. Alright. There we go. Yeah, I remember playing, like, when I first played Blaster Master, I really played it blind. So when I realized that you could actually get out of the tank, or excuse me, Sophia the Third, rather, I was really, like, blown away. Like, you could leave the tank and explore on foot as well. In Wind and Rain, which is the Pokemon political drama thing, the Pokemon, like, adventure/political thriller thing about... If you don't know, I wrote for college. I had a writing for TV class, and the semester project was writing for episodes of an existing television show, but it had to be a children's show. So I wrote a Pokemon political drama thing. It was actually probably PG-13 or R in my take on it, but it wasn't a children's IP, so I was able to get away with it. Yeah, but it was about, like, it was sort of a side story-ish to Pokemon Black and White, where Pokemon Black and White was kind of based on New York City and New Jersey, and Long Island, if you're not familiar, is the area that extends to the east of the New York City area. So I made a story about about Long Island in the Pokemon world, or instead of Unova, I called it Munia, the region east of Unova. And it was sort of a political thriller adventure thing about basically a pandemic that was killing Pokemon in the region, and a dictatorship coming to power in the resulting unrest. And then the hero is like he's like an athlete that flies sort of like an air... It's kind of like Quidditch. I had an idea for something called air polo that was used giant dragonflies in a fantasy setting. So I had something similar called an airball. It was played on the backs of flying Pokemon. And his, like, professional airball team, like, becomes part of, like, a sort of a freedom fighter resistance movement thing. And his Flygon is named, well, it's like in the show dog world, like, dogs have, like, these elaborate names. They'll have, like, a short name, but then they have an elaborate name that is, like, based on, like, which kennel they came from, and who was the owner, and who was the breeder, and all this. So her name, like, his Flygon's name was just Sophia, or Sophie, but her formal, like, pedigree name was, like, Soft Like the Sun, Sophia the Third or something, which was a reference to Blaster Master. So even though I never got far in the game, I did, leave a reference to that in there. And I ended up writing like 70 episodes of this thing, and it would be easy to adapt into a non-Pokemon related story, except for that the human characters that are the trainers, like, I can make a setting where they're just like resistance fighters or whatever, and maybe, but the fact is their Pokemon also are characters. Like, cause the Pokemon and humans can't, like, talk to each other. It's like in the show, but the Pokemon, like, their entire episodes, you know, like that episode in early Pokemon anime, where the Pokemon are, like, lost on that island, and it sort of just follows the Pokemon around. There's subtitles as to what they're saying. I don't use subtitles, but they're just they're entire episodes and arcs where it's just about the characters' Pokemon and their lives. And it's hard, but the problem is, and it would be easy to take the Pokemon characters, and by the way, this stage is based on Shadow Moses, but because it's so cartoony, and combined with the GBA's limited graphical capability, it's not that easy to tell. So this is the sort of Metal Gear representative stage. But, yeah, because the relationship between the different humans and their characters, like, sometimes, like, there are a couple of there might be two Pokemon owned by different trainers that are, like, a couple, they're like mates, and then their owners, or their trainers, are also, like a couple. So there's all this weird interplay between the human characters and the Pokemon characters that's really hard to replicate outside of the setting of the Pokemon universe. Oh, there are 2 brand new Blaster Master games on Switch available to download. I think I may have downloaded one of, or at least considered okay, like they were saying in the review, some of the collision on these corners of the stages really is not very fair. Because I was clearly, like, I did not go over the edge of the board. I was on the edge. And there I got bumped, but I feel like I didn't actually touch anything where I should have deserved to get penalized by falling off the stage. Yeah, like, yeah, I might, maybe, like, I might play Blaster Master, like, the NES game or others at some point, but, like, I'm not gonna dedicate to playing it, because, I mean, to beating it, because it's probably not gonna go that great. I mean, look at me in Mario 64, and that's probably a way easier game than Master Blaster, and playing it a half hour at a time at the beginning of each of my streams, I mean, actually, today's stream, I think was the first time I did not get a single star. I did at least get the medal cap. And I'm going to abuse because usually I do start at the castle as like you would playing it on an actual N64. But I'm going to actually use the fact that I did exit the game while I was in the medal cap maze to... Okay, let's actually play a course I've never... a set of tracks I've never played before. Now, those last couple of circuits, those are just to get a feel... Oh, excuse me. Yeah, there we go. You want to place Going On, because why would you not want to place Going On? Premium Cup, Champion Cup. Did I play this already? Cyberfield 2? Magma? Okay. Yeah. Oh, you know what? I just okay, I get it now. I get it now. Okay, I thought that 1 on the side was meaning that I got first place in that course. What it means, it's saying Moon Road is a unique course. There's no other Moon Road track, I guess. So because that, they're not numbered. Here it's like, oh, Gunberry Dochu 1, Skybridge 1, because here there's Gunberry Dochu 2 and Space Colony 1. Okay, I get what the 1 and 2 and 1s and 2s and stuff mean. Actually, yeah, let's go ahead with the Premium Cup and then keep on moving. This is the track I know better than any other because I spent at least I feel like a half hour. I want to clip it. I do, because I do want to save that section. I did learn this track inside out because I had to grind it doing a time trial challenge for the second license test. Oh my gosh. So I launched, and now these what the coins actually do, what I found out, when you could buy items in the overworld, and what that will do is you won't start off with those items, which I was kind of confused. You'll have more of that item if you earn it during a race, during a Grand Prix. That's what's going on with that. Yeah. Now there's the shortcut I used to. I don't think it's impossible. I'd be shocked. I'm very sure that it's actually impossible to beat the license course, the licensing challenge, without using the shortcut there. And I'm stressing in this level more than I should be, but I'm actually not trying to beat an extremely strict time limit. All I'm doing here... And by the way, I've never played a Castlevania game before, but I've been familiar with this particular music for years. This is a hype track right here. Oh my gosh, I feel like there are more fireballs in this version of the course than the time trial version. Or maybe I'm hitting them more often because of the other racers? Maybe? I don't know. You know, and it really only occurred to me, I was, like, laying in bed last night, and for some reason I was thinking about this. It occurred to me, for the first time, that I never realized before, that Thwomp in Whomp's Fortress is the only Thwomp in the entire game. And for some reason I never really thought about that before, that Whomp that's right before the stairs in Whomp's Fortress, because there are no other Thwomps in the game other than that one, as far as I can remember. Now, I'm going to be a huge butt to the other players. And where I'm going to put this, I'm going to put this on the bridge. I'm going to put this on the bridge. Oh, no. Oh, no. Doggone. I do not want to get second place because, well, I'm probably going to earn first place back just by, Oh, you... Oh, so you're clever too, huh? Oh... I just barely missed it. If the Moai had actually went the normal way, I definitely would have won. I'm not used to hearing this music, but you can see how the courses are getting tougher as we go along here. Yeah, that was real close, but close only counts in horseshoes. But you don't want to... You know, it's kind of funny, like, the fact that the game Horseshoes exists. Like, some people, probably in, like, this, like, the 17th century or something, or, like, the 17th or 18th century, were just bored somewhere. Maybe it was a blacksmith shop. Maybe there were, I don't know, just, they got bored and decided to start, oh my gosh, please. It's not, like, yes, I got out of, I went out of bounds. Load me back on the track, let me keep racing. Don't load me back onto the out-of-bounds area. That's more like it. Yeah, there's no system. I think in the later Mario, like in Mario Kart DS and onward, maybe it's... I never played Double Dash much, because I don't think I didn't like Double Dash much. I know for many, the two to a cart mechanic made Double Dash many people's favorite Mario Kart game, and rightfully so. It's a cool mechanic. I just personally feel it's like that level of tactics and strategy is not what I play Mario Kart for, I guess. So I was never that into it, even though the courses were great, the music was great, everything about it was great. I just wasn't into its unique mechanic, I guess. But anyway, I don't know if that game, but what I was getting at, just that thing where you were, like, if you place, like, I think if you place first place in each lap, you get additional points, or given additional credit, or score, or something like that. I don't think there's anything like that in this. Okay, okay. Oh my gosh. This particular track, I'm not looking at the map much, and it just would get hard at some points to tell which way I'm supposed to be going. That's what messed me up there. And now I'm probably gonna lose because of that. And I guess me saying that caused me to get the battery icon. Double Dash, it feels slippery to you, huh? I've not played Double Dash. Oh man, the stuff I got away with so much. I don't know how I got away with half the stuff I did in high school. And I guess it's because I was such, like, a good kid that teachers also let me get away with stuff that I was not supposed to do, but wasn't harming anything. Because what yeah, no, I'm just thinking of, you know, just playing. There was a teacher that would let me, like, bring my GameCube after class was over, and with a few friends, and we'd play like F-Zero and stuff like that after class during, like, the activity period. It wasn't like an official club or anything. So, and, like, the GameCube was small enough I could just, like, throw it in my backpack. And I already had a padded backpack with a lock on it, because I had a laptop that I used during class, because I have a fine motor disability, and handwriting, well, it was very slow, it was physically painful, and so those two things alone made it hard to keep up in classes. And then on top of that, the resulting handwriting looked like it was from a kindergarten student, and was barely legible even by myself, let alone others. And if I wanted it to be even vaguely legible, then it would end up being so sloppy that it just didn't even look like written language. So I had a laptop that I used in my classes for taking notes and stuff as part of my disability accommodations. So I already had a backpack that was good for keeping electronics in. So I was able to keep it in my backpack, and so any teacher who would have like gotten upset that I even had it, like didn't like care. And then at the end of the day, like when regular classes were over, we'd go to that particular teacher, you know, close the door because the teacher knew we weren't really supposed to do this, so we'd close the door, and I had my Wavebird and 3 other controllers. No, I had a Wavebird and and I think 2 game controllers. Then one of my other friends would whose name was Pete, believe it or not, as funny as that is, would bring their controller, and we'd play for a little while before the buses for activity period left, and then we'd just go home. Now, there was some other kids, I don't know what the deal was, but there was this, I don't know if it's a thing you typically hear about, but there's this trope I hear, but then, like, in my high school, people, like, absolutely despised pep rallies. They despised them, like, to death, right? And I guess, like, I didn't care so much, because how we do pep rallies in my school was they shortened all the periods by, like, 10 minutes or something, or by, like, 20, or, like, by 15 minutes, all the periods would be shortened, so at the end of the day, there was, like, an hour or half hour or whatever to do, yeah, I didn't get first place, but whatever, to do extra stuff, so they shorten all the periods, so at the end of the day, there was an extra period, they do the pep rally and all that, they'd bring us all into the gym, and I didn't care about it. I didn't care about the pep rally. I didn't care about school spirit and everything. It was just like, okay, all my least, yeah, so my favorite classes were shortened, which I don't mind because it's less school, and then less like actual just sitting in a classroom. So even my favorite classes, I didn't mind having less of it. And then for my least favorite classes, those were shorter. And then, you got to see, like, they didn't really make us sit, like, by class when we went to the prep rally, so all our friends would just sort of group up, and so we could just kind of low-key goof off and stuff while the cheerleaders danced or whatever. And in my school district, I don't know how this is nowadays, with changing sensibilities maybe different, what I thought was ridiculous. I don't want to get too deep into this, because this could get deep really quickly, or even controversial, but just the fact that the school cheerleader outfits had shorter skirts than what students were actually allowed to wear during the school day. It's like, okay, how are you going to send these cheerleaders off to represent us at other schools in attire that's considered indecent during an actual school day? It was very hypocritical. But anyway, but a lot of students, a lot of kids at school, in high school, they just absolutely despise the pep rallies. They'd sneak off of school property to avoid them, and they'd have like sweeps where they'd go into like the town nearby and try to catch kids who snuck out of school for the pep rally. It was such like a big deal, and it was cool to be seen disparaging the pep rally. And like, I didn't care about school spirit or anything, but it was not that big I didn't care. It was just like, okay, I could go hang out with friends. And what we'd do, me and my friends, is that we'd sit in the back of the bleachers where all the other students, yeah, I don't know, like, you go into the back, yeah, we'd go into the back, so all the students were in front of us, so all the teachers or whoever was, like, supervising it were down below, so they couldn't really see us, because all the other people's heads and shoulders were in the way, so we'd go in the back, and that's when we'd play our, you know, four-player Mario Brothers competitive sessions using my 4-way link cable on Game Boy Advance. We play like 4-player Game Boy Advance multiplayer games, or you know, or in senior year, you know, DS was out by then. Like the very last pep rally, like, your school didn't have cheerleaders or pep rallies. I don't know if that's something you cared about or wanted to participate in, but yeah, yeah. So I personally was ambivalent to it, but I know these one kids. Okay, now this is like smart, like peanut brain versus cosmic brain meme. Okay, cosmic brain going to the back of the audience where the teachers can't see you, playing 4-player like Game Boy Advance games with your nerded gamer friends. That's cosmic brain. Like peanut brain is bringing your GameCube and your Game Boy Advance. Bring your GameCube and all the AV cables for stuff, and then like, this is like something out of like a sitcom episode, what they did. It's like something out of a Nickelodeon sitcom episode. It was a different group of friends who I knew them, but I didn't hang out with them as much as the friends I'd play Game Boy Advance with during the pep rallies. Like, there were, I guess, yeah, you didn't quite get the trophy, I guess. I guess I have to get more first place rankings, so we'll try it again. Practice makes perfect. Yeah, there were, like, so we're also sort of, and the thing is, I say nerdy, like gamer people, but there was, I feel, more overlap between the so-called cool kids and the sort of nerdy kids who like video games and computers and stuff, because then I typically hear about in other schools nearby. It seemed more stratified, whereas here, like the people that were playing football would actually, like, weren't just going around, like, giving swirlies to the, like, anyone who, like, played video games, I guess. I don't know if it's a cross between, if it's just the time period that I was there, but at the same time, like, I remember I was, like, the first kid in school to have an iPod, and I didn't, like, yeah, I was the first kid in school to have an iPod, and when we were walking into school and going to our lockers, like, they didn't really care too much if we were listening to music as we were walking in, as long as we, like, weren't trying to do it in class. Mine had cliques, but they weren't so segregated, strictly, where it was like I remember, like, in Hey Arnold, like, they'd make all the kids who, like, I guess the nerdy kids or whatever, sit at, like, the rickety table. Well, actually, there was stuff like that, but it was, kind of, I can't really go into it without it being kind of political and messed up, but, so I won't, get into it now. But, so there was divisions like that, but it wasn't based on, like, if you were a nerd, so to speak, or like that, or, like, it was at a point where, like, the cool kids were, like, actually weren't afraid, they weren't, like, talking secret. Well, there was kind of one moment like that, where there was one of, like, the sort of, like, gangsta kid, so to speak, who, like, was hanging out with his friends to come to our, like, part of the cafeteria, because he needed to borrow a Braille guide that he had to be able to get the legendary Pokemon in Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire. Used to run a racket where you jailbreak iPhones and hack PSPs. And you do all that kind of stuff for people, including the jocks. Now, like, this is, yeah, like, so you may have been in school a little later than me, because when I was in school, like, like I said, we were still, like, GBA era, not many people had cell phones, and the people who had smartphones, like, no one had smartphones yet. Smartphones weren't a thing yet. If you had a smartphone during the period where I was in, like, well, no one had one, and if you did have, like, the only smartphones were basically just Palm Pilots with a telephone keypad, so it was like a Palm, like, OS device with, like, a telephone keypad. That was both a PDA and a phone. It wasn't like a cell phone, like a smartphone in the modern, like, Android iOS sense, because that was not a thing when I was still in high school. In high school from 07 to 2010, so right when smartphones hit. Now, I remember, like, I was, like, the first kid in school to have an iPod, and I actually took a little flack for it. And it was like, oh, like, that's so, like, this is one of the few times I was, like, sort of got called out for being nerdy or so forth. It's like, oh, like, why do you need that just to listen to music? Just get a, you know, a Walkman, you know? Like, so, like, they weren't serious about it. They just kind of just took a little, like, affectionate flack for it, and, you know, just went about our business. But it was, like, considered, like, weird. Like, why do you need this little computer thing? Like, what is that, a Game Boy? And having a Game Boy, that was kind of nerdy, not severely. Not, wouldn't be like totally, like, disowned by everyone, but, like, it was, like, it was enough to where I went from my purple Game Boy Advance to a black Game Boy Advance SP, and it was an upgrade, and I took less flack because it was less toy-like. It looked kind of more like a flip phone, and having any kind of cell phone was a cool thing then. So, what was I getting at? Yeah, oh yeah, I never finished the story about my friends. So me and my friends, when pep rallies would happen once or twice a year, like I think it happened once a semester, so like once or twice a year. So we'd go to the back of the audience where the teachers couldn't see what we were doing. We'd just play, like, Game Boy Advance, like, 4-player games with our link cable. Whereas my friend, my other group of friends, they got busted because what they did, this is so dumb. I don't know why they do this. And it's like almost comical. You almost can't make this up. They brought their GameCube, and like I'd bring my GameCube somewhere. I told you, and I had that cool teacher. We'd go to their classroom after you know, regular class was over and play like in her room, in her classroom, because she had a TV in there, and it kept on the download. What they did was they brought their GameCube. They took a TV on a cart. It has like, you have these TVs with a cart and like the VCR and like the AV room. They took one of those, snuck it into like a janitor closet, and plugged it in and plugged the GameCube up to it, and we're playing like Mario, like Smash Brothers or Mario Kart Double Dash or something. And I guess they had the sound up, so like a security guard or a teacher or someone noticed, and they all got busted. And because, like, you were, like, the pep rally wasn't proper class, but you weren't supposed to leave. You were supposed to attend the pep rally. So they got busted for skipping class, and they probably took the GameCube, too, and their parents probably had to come and get it. So it's like, I'm like, why would you do that? Like, just, like, so that's like, yeah, so, like, Peanut Brain sneaking a TV and a cart out of the AV room, bringing it to a janitor closet and playing GameCube, and having the sound up, getting busted by the security guard, or Cosmic Brain just playing Game Boy Advance 4-player with your friends, you know, at the back of the audience at the pep rally, where the teachers can't see what you're doing with your hands anyway, and plus it wasn't even like a class, so they shouldn't have really cared anyway what we were doing, but that's a whole other story. It was quite a tangent to get on, but it was a lot of fun to talk about. And, you know, it's so much, like, this has been fun, because, like, this game, like, I played this when I did, solely because it was a Game Boy Advance launch game. And I would have played it much later, if never, if it wasn't, you know, had this distinction of being a GBA launch game, because I was particularly interested in covering GBA launch games. Yeah, Mecha Kong. Mild PG-13 rating. If I'm going, and I quote, if I'm going to get in trouble for smashing in a janitor closet, I don't want there to be a GameCube involved. Oh, I see what's going on with these. Alright. Alright, I see what's going on with the bumpers now. Yeah. Yeah, probably the, yeah, Mecha Kong delivering with the double entendre there. And it was so interesting, just, because you always wondered back then, like, would they eventually make a Smash Brothers for a handheld Nintendo system? And I remember, like, and like I said, we were in the AV club, or well, what would typically be called the AV club? I guess, like, basically we just got together and, played GBA multiplayer, or we'd have like a movie night where we'd play a public domain movie, and then in the auditorium, and then we just, like, we just sort of do our own thing and talk to each other, because it wasn't like a super strict movie going experience where everyone was supposed to be quiet. We just had the lights up, we'd put on a movie. Did I get turned? Dang it! For the first time ever, I finally actually got turned around on the course. No way I'm placing. No way I'm placing in this. No way I'm placing. Yeah, I bungled it pretty bad. There we go. Yeah, I didn't even place 4th or better, so I'm gonna have to use one of my actual extra lives here. Yeah, should have actually been ready to take the game. Should have waited till the race started and paused. Yeah, item use is definitely going to be key to me doing well in this. Yeah, the interesting use of bumpers here as an obstacle. And I have to just give some props to the Wii U Pro Controller. They designed the D-pad really well so that both the analog stick and the D-pad have equal prominence. Because I can go from using the GameCube controller. Yeah, I could go from playing GameCube controller. Go from playing N64 and Mario 64 and playing you know, using the analog stick for movement, and then just do all this 2D gameplay on the Game Boy, these Game Boy Advance games I've been playing on the D-pad, and it feels perfectly fine. I really do like some people complain about it, but I really do appreciate the D-pad. Now there's a sharp turn you could take there. I don't know if there's any particular benefit to it. But I am in second place at this point. Alright. I want to use this... Okay, actually, what I'm gonna do, if I game over here, if I lose all 3 lives, I'm gonna use all these coins I've been getting to go ahead and actually use the shop to buy some additional items, so that when I earn items by hitting the bells, I can get more of that particular item, and I think that's gonna give me more of an edge on these tougher stages that are so reliant on, well, they just have more hazards to set you back. Yeah, this doesn't have those awful... Okay, you know what? That's not a branching path. That's just a sort of a traffic circle thing where you just have to take a loop around there. I still keep... Yeah, oh, narrowly avoided a hole there. Yeah, and I have been basically... Yeah, I have... this happened again, where something about this section here, this section needs to be, I guess, designed a bit different, because it feels like it ends up leading me... Oh man, only 3... 5th place? Oh, I'm gonna lose again. If I lose my 3rd life on this, if I lose a 3rd time and lose out of the Grand Prix, I'm gonna go ahead and buy a bunch of items. And so I'll have more items to use. But this time, like last couple of times, I was only braking about halfway through. Alright, at least... So I'm in 4th, I want to be in 1st, but I'm... Alright, now if I don't get 1 for 4, do I get to keep the coins that I've run over in the track? Like, am I in a sense grinding coins by losing this track repeatedly? And, okay, there we go. Where those items are, that's where I need to... So in each cheers, you know at least the bomb hits someone. Because you don't really get to hear the explosion or see what's going on when you do use the bomb item. Time again, I keep trying to aim the weapons, like, sort of across the track to hit the players that are ahead of me. But now I'm all the way in 2nd, so... I used the bomb there hoping it would take out some of the rivals that are... Okay, the cat is in 1st now. Oh no, that's the ninja. Okay, I don't know what it is about that turn, but I keep getting, like, scrambled up there and end up trying to turn backwards. But at least I'm placing now. At least I'm sticking around in a viable position where I'm not going to lose another turn or another life. Oh, the missiles, of course, had to all miss. Okay. Looks like I'm gonna get 2nd. Alright. Yeah, 88 coins. Now, I guess that's gonna be my total coin count. Yeah, so not bad. I don't know, like, I can't even identify that face as the ninja. And I thought it was like, what is this weird character? Because the little artifact on top that's supposed to be like, you know, I thought it was like a little smiley face. I'm like, what is that? A weird little, like, stuffed cat or something? Like, what is that? Man, these races start so quickly. Man, I keep thinking, like, Mario Kart games, I think, give you more time from when you, for the, like, between the races. Dun, dun. Yeah, the music isn't, I've never played, well, I've played Metal Gear Solid, well, I tried the demo of Metal Gear Solid on PlayStation, and that was like one of the first times I tried a game that, like, there was, like, a lot of, you know, so much buzz about the game because it was so groundbreaking, and I recognized that even at the time. Like, it was so, like, movie-like, but, you know, the gameplay and all the characters, you know, it's like playing through a spy movie to an even more extreme degree than, like, than GoldenEye. Or just like GoldenEye was like you know, James Bond is a spy. And so, GoldenEye is a spy game, but it's like a first-person shooter with, like, spying elements where you're doing things that a spy would do, but, like, Metal Gear Solid felt more like I was actually, like, a tactical espionage agent, and not just running around shooting guys. But I didn't get far in it. I wasn't really good at that, and so I tried the demo, it just wasn't my thing, I never even bothered renting it, because I just wasn't very good at even just the demo. And then Metal Gear Solid 2, I tried that too. I enjoyed the story and everything. I just wasn't good at the gameplay. I never even got past the section at the beginning where you're actually playing as Solid Snake. So, but I do recognize this music. This is, you know, the famous theme. You know, so. Oh gosh, okay. Oh my gosh. I don't know. And that's the thing, basically, at the time, I just played the games that I played. I mean, that's an obvious thing to say. That's like saying the sky's blue. I played the games I played, and I didn't really play or learn about much outside of that, aside from what I saw screenshots of in magazines, so, like, 90% of any system I owned, I've never played, honestly. So, if there are what other kart racers could... I can't even think of any. I want to think... There was a... Isn't there, like, a Banjo-Kazooie, kart? No, like... Isn't there, like, a... There was, like, a Banjo, pilot? Was that... No, that was scrapped. That was replaced with a Donkey Kong... No, with a Diddy Kong race, piloting game? Diddy Kong Pilot? Was that for Game Boy Advance? Digimon Racing is fun? So Mecha Kong is more seasoned than what the GBA has to offer. Now, I remember there was some... Okay, what was the deal? Was there a Banjo pilot game, Banjo-Kazooie, like, kart racer game, but it was like you were flying planes? And, like, the graphics were, like, insane for Game Boy Advance, but then they canceled it, and then the version that came out was very similar. Well, it was just less impressive, but you're still flying planes? Or was that Diddy Kong Pilot? Like, I don't remember. Like, there was some kind of rare... Some kind of... Oh, wow, I actually got first place in the Grand Prix overall. Alright. Oh, wow. Okay, so, we've beaten the game, I guess. I mean, I really don't feel like getting through the main campaign of a kart racer is quite... Man, look at these, when you're not actually playing the game, they're really good, they do some really good, I guess, angles and stuff with... Now, I've never played as these cat things from, I guess, that rhythm game. I guess that's from some Konami rhythm game, I forgot the name of. Banjo Pilot? Yeah, that was the one that had that prototype where it was more ambitious, but then they like scaled it back. Yeah, like... No, okay, was that... No, was either Banjo Pilot started work as Diddy Kong Pilot or something like that. There's some kind of relation between the two where I think it was started as a Diddy Kong game, but then it got canceled and reworked. And this was after the point where Microsoft owned Rare, but it was kind of... I remember I was thinking it was weird at the time because they released the... Wow, no Cartoon Network speed right now. And I'm like I'm among like some like seasoned like karting experts in chat right now, especially that was trash. Yeah, I wouldn't know, but you know, if it's trash, Kyle would probably be particularly interested in it, and just because Kyle, from what I've seen, you can really milk some fun out of janky kart racers. I mean, a lot of these games are games I never even, like that Looney Tunes kart racer I was playing like a week ago or the week before. Like I never even saw that being played. Now, you are now qualified to take the test. Would you like to take it? Okay. S-Class. This is the secret or extra license that... Alright, I'm going to I need to stop doing this, because I keep... Oh, you got the World Racer... You got the World Racer. The World Record in Looney Tunes after you left? Okay, I'm going to go out and take a 6-minute break, but I have to... I have to... Okay, cool. Alright, we just have to... No, we have to silence. There we go. Alright, so I'll be back in 6 minutes tops. It'll probably be more like... Well, 6 minutes tops. Oh, well, really 5 minutes. Okay. 6 minutes for you. 5 minutes for me. And I will be right back once I silence my microphone. Where's my microphone? I always lose my microphone in all my device settings. Okay. I don't know. There's jank and then there's trash. Valid point. Alright, so I'll be back in a little bit so I can stream for a few more hours. So sorry, I don't have the endurance that some people have to sit down like for hours and hours. Like, you guys blow me away sometimes. But okay, I'll be back. Hey, I'm back. Yeah, I had a interesting experience where I had, let's see. Alright, I'm just looking at what's going on here. I just had a kick. I wanted to go outside for a little fresh air, and then I realized there was a huge mantis on the screen door, and they were very comfortable where they're at, so I left them alone, and well, I got 117 coins since we started the stream. I got 117 coins on my coin app. It just sits here. I have this app, and I just sit here mining coins while I do the stream, and while I do just about everything else. And from the start of the stream to now, I've got 117 more. So that's nice. All right, let's get back in the game. Yeah, there was a mantis on the screen door. This is going to be hard as butt, by the way. This is probably going to end up, hold on, let me just set my own timer just to, so I don't sit around too long, because I will sit around overly long. Alright. Sit. Time attack 2. This is gonna probably be, I'll try this for like maybe a half hour. If this takes more than a half hour, I'll just move on to other modes. I'm not out to 100% this, because I will be returning to this in the future for sure, just because this is so fun. And there's definitely a lot of fun to be had. Next week, I'm probably going to play another early Game Boy Advance launch game. Early Game Boy Advance, I mean like 2000, at least 2001. Nothing later than 2001. There's so many other games and systems I do want to play, but well, yeah, I've got this theme and rhythm going of Game Boy Advance launch period stuff from the first, like, you know, few months of its release. From summer to winter of 2000, between the spring and winter of 2001. I might as well stick with it while I have the console set up for it and everything. You know, switching consoles when they're both HDMI and everything, and they're just straight HDMI, you can switch between them easily. It is really easy to it's really easy to switch consoles. The difficult part I've found is just making sure the volume levels are balanced, and you have to, so that because you switch from one console to another, the volume differences just between individual games can be so different. And I find it's not the easiest thing to check and make sure you're always balanced. And when you want to play a game like blind, right? So you don't, like, you'd have to at least probably boot it up and go to the title screen, maybe. But you don't want to see any intro stuff, or, you know, just making sure it's all balanced good. There's no way, whatever time, let's see what the time limit is and how grossly out of sync with it I end up being, or how grossly I go over the allotted time limit. Yeah, there's not really much pressure left because, well, I know I'm probably not going to make it. Given how strict the last license test time trial was, given how strict that was, I really doubt I'm going to make it the first try. I didn't even check to see what the time limit was. But once I see how far let's see how much I could bring this time down. Okay, we failed. Let's see what we got. 235. What's the... Okay, so 235. What's the goal? 20? Okay, so we've basically... So we got like 15... We gotta shave 15 seconds off this time, pretty much. Of the time we got last time. Yeah, there was a mantis on the door I usually use to go outside. So... And I do like to be kind to bugs and leave them alone. And, especially mantises, because they can be fierce, but I do love them. Mantises are cool, because mantises are some of the only insects that can actually, like, make eye contact with you. and will like look directly at you, like, yeah, I'm looking specifically at you. Do you have a problem with me? Because I'm not afraid of you just because you're bigger than me. That's what mantises would probably say if oh, we made it! We made it! We almost went. We almost overshot the track there. Shucks. Okay, there we go. Oh. Oh my... I did not fall in the hole. Like, I was... The text... Like, the holes... The actual, like, void... air... The void plane, I guess. Or the... Like, the collision on the floor does not match up entirely with the graphics a lot of times. Let's see if I can get a... I mean, I'm bound to get a better time this time. Because I do... I mean, I played this track in the actual Grand Prix, but I wasn't that familiar with it. I don't even remember if I placed good here. Is this the track where I lost a couple of lives, actually? Hey, and it's funny, because I was dying a lot in that one. I was losing out and not advancing the next track a few times early in that last race, but then I guess I ended up pulling it together to the point where I could actually place properly. There we go. Final lap. Now I'm just interested to. I'm really interested to see how much I can improve the time there. Yeah, there's nothing as obviously treacherous as the lava bridges and the last time trial stage, that Dracula stage. Well, Castlevania stage, but in Japan, Castlevania is just called Dracula anyway. Alright, shucks. Didn't mean to bonk there. Well, I don't mean to bonk anywhere, but... Alright. 37. Wow, we shaved off more than half of the time deficit from the previous run, so... 869. So I've already made a few more coins since when I sat back down. Coins in the my mining app on my phone, not the coins in this game that you use to buy weapons. I'm gonna have to move my phone though, because if I keep checking it. Gonna be an annoyance. There we go. Ah, boy. Okay, there. Around that corner. Yeah, it was like 37 seconds last time, and it has to be under 30. 2:30 or 3:30, whatever that final... Oh, I thought I was going to be able to hop over that. Oh, man. Well, I come as close... I'm interested to see if I come as close the third time, because the first two times I consecutively had time improvements. Get a third consecutive time improvement. Because I wasn't paying that close attention last stream when I did that time trial thing for the license. And if there's an extra license, that must mean there's an extra circuit. Didn't fall in the hole this time. Always a good thing. So I'm probably gonna get a time improvement just on the lap alone. Lap 1 was 56 seconds, lap 1 was 50 seconds, so even in the second lap I got a time improvement. But this lap is going to be a time improvement over the last one, because last time I fell in the hole and I got 50 seconds. And the first time through I don't even think I fell in that hole. Oh shucks, I meant it. I didn't hit that. assholes. 50, 80, 50, 80 versus 50. Wow, somehow I got 238. I had to be 230, so I actually had a slight time loss over my previous attempt. But this one has 4 tests on it for the S-Class license. Actually, I want to show something real quick. That steering wheel keeps reminding me of something, and I want to go in and take a look at it. Where is? No, the tests are tough. They're definitely. Okay, I have to go in here. Okay, interact. I don't know if any of you have seen this, but okay. GBA steering wheel. Now look at that there. Look at that. That thing looks ridiculous, right? And I thought, oh man, this is going to be a total piece of trash with no like redeeming value to it, right? And I just want to show you. No, I don't. Okay. I really do need to. Am I going to actually have to invest in YouTube Red or whatever so I could skip all these? Because on stream it's kind of embarrassing. Because, you know,
big thanks to Skillshare for sponsoring this video.
Okay. Yeah, look at this.
Obviously, the new line.
It's a steering wheel for Game Boy Advance, all right. But look at look at how it actually works.
These buttons stay in the same place. You get out of the boxes and also skid. But
look at that actually works way. It actually is useful. It actually is good. I mean, I probably wouldn't use it casually, but like how that wheel works is nothing like how I imagined it working. This is actually, it goes from just looking at it, it looks like a total piece of trash, but then when he's actually using it, it's surprisingly ingenious how it works. Like you just rotate the wheel and the Game Boy Advance stays still, because what I imagined was that the Game Boy was going to turn. I'm like, oh, that's so stupid. But it's actually pretty ingenious, that's all. And of course, I'm going to keep checking my... I have to put this farther from me. Oh my gosh, I just realized I didn't... Look at me. I was off... Yeah, I was off camera that whole time. Because I didn't set my window to be framed. I didn't set my layout for watching YouTube videos since I was looking at... Since I changed my camera setup, where I actually have the camera physically set up in my room, and since I keep, okay, what I'm going to do, I'm just going to post a link to the coin mining app I keep talking about. So if you want to check it out, you can look at it for yourselves. It's cool. My phone just sits around. It just, you know, is mining coins for me, which is nice because I don't have to do anything. And then you get even more if you're driving or something. And it uses it's like a map screen, so it's like it can be used. You know, you just if you have like a phone mount or whatever, you could just I just have it in my bag, running up on screen while I do it. But let's go back to the game. And just I won't let me because I don't feel like just explaining how that works the whole time while I'm trying to do this because. You know, and I didn't like it's the first time I did anything like that, any like mining or cryptocurrency related thing. But like it's really simple. You just have to. All I had to do was leave it open, because I thought it was just going to be more complicated than that. But okay, there we go. And hopefully, we actually get a time improvement over the previous time I. Because I got like, what, 36? And I had to be under 30. So... And even just looking for the time improvements between laps is... You know, it's... what... I know the other time... I mean, we talk about food a lot on stream, especially when me and Kalaka Boy are going back and forth a lot. But, yesterday evening, I had this thought, like, I want to go to... I want some fruit snacks, is what I thought. I want to get some fruit snacks. And then I thought, wait, why would I go to the store and get, like, corn syrup and sugar pressed into, like, the shape of berries, when I could go to that exact same store and just purchase actual fresh berries, like real berries. And so I went to the store, and what I ended up so I went to go to the store to get fresh berries. What I came home with instead was a bag of potato chips. Now, which I say it that way because it's funny here, like, oh, let me go to the store and get some fresh berries as a healthy snack. I end up getting a bag of potato chips, and I'm not big into potato chips. Very rarely eat them. You know, like, even when they're offered for free, I usually don't go for the potato chips first thing. At least I'm not into, like, bagged, like, chip or cheese doodle type snacks. I mean, when I have them, I enjoy them, but it's not something. It's really something only, like, fairly recently that I even realize that I made the right choice. But I did intend to go. What I intended to do was to go back to my house and get something else. I wanted to go home for some technical reason I can't think of at the time, and go back out to a different store, because the store I went to, they had, like, a thing of raspberries, like, things of strawberries, things of blackberries, but they didn't have one, like, mixed thing I could buy. Wow, 131. I was only, like, a second off, actually, I think. That was, like, the closest I've come yet to beating. Hold on. Okay, I had to pause, grab some water. And so my idea was that the little bag, I don't buy, that's one thing to my credit, I don't buy large bags of potato chips, because a lot of bags of potato chips that are, like, sold, that people will just casually eat, they are bags of potato chips where if you actually look at the serving size, it'll say, like, size, like, half a bag, or size, like, 1.5 bags. I actually bought a single-serve bag of potato chips, so it was an appropriate amount. It was junk food, but at least it was an appropriate size bag for one person to eat in one sitting. I will say that to my own credit, because there were bigger bags available that I could have probably finished off, but I do actually try to have reasonable portions of snack food when I do have such a thing. But I was going to go to a different store I know of, and yeah, so they didn't have any, like, pack of berries in the produce section that was like a mix of berries, so I'd have to buy probably more of each type of berries than I actually wanted in order to have, like, the sort of mix I wanted. So it would have, like, it cost more to go to, like, the higher end store and buy a mix of berries, but it's still saving compared to, like, buying a bunch more than I wanted of each kind of berries just to get the mix. So I was going to go back out to that store, but I ended up locking I ended up locking the keys in the car once I got back home. And so I had to wait till the next day and hire a locksmith to come and get my keys out the car, which wasn't an expense I planned on, but I was able, with some help, to make it happen. So not a bad problem to have. At least I locked my keys in my car at home. Because locking my keys in my car is not a thing I normally do, but I did something in the course of getting in and out of the car that I normally don't do, because typically I have, like, the muscle memory. Like, I automatically, before I even realize it, attach my keys to my hip with a carabiner clip before I leave the car, so that I normally don't forget the keys. But, so I did not get to go do the secondary run out to the other store to get the berries I wanted, because not only did they not have a mix of berries, they usually have these, like, shortcake shells that you could put your own, like, berries or filling in. And because they didn't have those either, and I wanted to put them on something rather than just, like, eat them, like, just out of the container. So they didn't have the dessert cake shells, the little sponge cake shortcake shells. Not as good as last time, 34, so it was like 3 seconds worse than last time. And then, so they didn't have a mix of berries I could buy in one thing at the produce section. And then they didn't have any, like, shortcake shells. So I just went ahead and it was like, oh, let me just go home. And I forgot why I wanted to go home first. No, I think I did buy, oh yeah, because I bought, like, something else that I wanted to drop off at home that I needed anyway that only was at that store. So I wanted to drop that off. When getting out of the car, I fortunately had the thing with me because it was refrigerated, but I left the keys in the car, got that fixed this morning. So I went to the higher end store, and they didn't have, they had the mix of berries in a little, like, you know, several ounce, like, little container. And so I got my berries, and this isn't something I do often, it's something I should do more often. But to make it, because it's not just enough for me to get berries, right? I mean, it's future, we'll just get berries and just munch on them. But I did have to turn it into junk food somehow. They didn't have dessert cake shells, so what I got instead was they had Belgian waffles that are kept at room temperature, and you just heat them up. So I got some Belgian waffles, which and the griddle shape of the waffles are perfect for putting little things like berries into. So I drizzled I put the berries on top of the waffle, then I drizzled a little bit of honey over it all, and then I covered it in whipped cream and just zapped it to being warm in the microwave, and that was what I had for breakfast. So I still managed to turn fresh berries into kind of a junk food anyway, but it is something I'm going to do more often. Is a more, you know, that's the frustrating thing with what, blackberries, raspberries not so much, but with no, actually no, it's raspberries, not blackberries, but raspberries in particular. Like, they are so freaking delicate. If you look at them too hard, they just start, like, going fuzzy like crazy. So, because I used to work produce at a warehouse club that was, like, only 5 minutes from my house where I used to live. But I've moved away now, and I don't work there anymore. So I'm familiar with how difficult it could be to care for berries and keep them... that was... Okay, I'm definitely gonna have a worse time because I flat out fall off the track. Because even runs where I stay, I've not fallen off the track. I've had a... Oh yeah, that was bad. 35 seconds. Yuck, yuck, yuck. We're gonna take that number down. We're gonna decrease that number. If it's 7:15-ish where I'm at. If by like 7, let's give it. Hold on. Let's give myself. Okay, that's one. I do have multiple timers set. Let's give this Let's give this another half hour, and if I don't get the license within a half hour, if I don't at least get past this track in a half hour. Because I feel like typically the hardest part for me has been the time trials. The rest of the tests to get the license have been easy. The time trials are the part I really need to grind and practice on, and then the rest has been pretty easy so far. But this is probably the best license in the game, so this is probably going to be harder than others. But typically the opening time trial has been the part that's been the most challenging for me. So I'm going to give myself a half hour, and if I do not get through this time trial by then. Yard work done. Now doing errands. Let's see if I can find a new Halloween costume. Oh, Halloween decorations. Excuse me. Yeah, Halloween decorations. Good luck finding something. You know, I know James Rolfe goes off about this, the angry video game nerd. He does videos where he talks about those classic, like 80s, like they probably date back to the 70s maybe, but those Halloween decorations you'd see them like in schools and stuff. Up through like the mid 90s-ish. Those are so classic, you know, like the pumpkins and the witches and stuff. He has like a set of those. He has like some sets of those he decorates his house with. Yeah, and if I were to get Halloween if I were to decorate for Halloween, I would get those sets. And those sets are probably like they're probably people making reproductions of them now, for all I know. But if I were to get Halloween decorations and like do up my wall a bit behind me. And I did have the Pac-Man sheet, but I hung that using a command hook, and the command hook finally failed after I think a month or two of, because I put that up back when I was doing the streams where I was doing Final Fantasy VII and Pac-Man Championship Edition NES version, and I just left it up, even though I mean it was cool, it worked well enough, but I do have some actual proper posters, but depending on my plans, I may you know, I'm always afraid that I'm gonna end up moving or something if I actually put up the proper posters and stuff and do the background decorations. So Because I do really like where I live now, but depending on opportunities and where life takes me, I may, you know, I could end up moving again. Who knows? Yeah. So you hit up the dollar stores already. Do you keep hitting up the dollar stores to see, Collector Boy, if they get any? Oh, 41. Oh, that's okay. We're going up. We want the numbers to go down. The numbers are going up lately. Okay. So are you hitting up the same dollar stores to see if they got in any new Halloween paraphernalia, or are you just going to different stores, or like any specialty stores? Like, do you have like those temp stores, those pop-up stores, like Halloween City or wherever, where they just take a store of like some like in a strip mall or something where there's an abandoned location, or they'll even get like a large store, they'll go to like a Toys R Us or something, and they'll like rope off like half the building and put up curtains over most of the building, and use the rest of the building, the location, for storage, and only use the part of the sales floor that they actually need to put up stuff in. Okay, so you go to the Halloween like pop-up stores and the dollar stores and discount stores. No, because I worked at a dollar store at one point, and I was really frustrated because they were sending like Halloween stuff in like, May. It was like in Thanksgiving stuff, and it was out of control how much stuff they sent us, and that's about when I quit. Because the storeroom was out of control. They would only give enough at work hours for the department that actually packs out the merchandise to put out, like, let's say it takes like 10 hours, or like, let's say it takes 20 work hours to pack out everything that comes in on the weekly truck. They'd only give out like 10 hours worth of hours of work hours for people to come in and do it. So the stuff just kept building up to the point where it was literally reaching the ceiling, because we had like a drop ceiling, and the merchandise was displacing the drop ceiling tiles, and like the break room, which is just a section off portion of the stock room, was like loaded. Even the break room was loaded with merchandise. Spirit Halloween. And so I ended up quitting because it was just getting out of control. Yeah, there we go. I think that speed boot. Oh gosh. Well, I mean, lap 1 is sub 50. If all 3 of my laps are sub 50, I mean, I was sub 50 by like only a second's margin, but if I can get 3 sub 50 laps, and when I say this, I sound like a speedrunner. I'm not trying to sound. Oh. So we got within a second. We got within a second. This is 50. Yeah, we've got within 1 second. I was 1 or 2 bonks away. If I had avoided just a couple of bonks, I would have made it in there. Because I have to be under 30 seconds. 30 or under. Under 2:30. Okay. And we got 2:30.92, so almost 31. This is the closest we got so far. I wish it listed my times from my attempts. Okay, so our ideal... I mean, like, I say time, like, in terms of second, but second and change, but our ideal... If I get if I get 50-second laps, I should be getting 50-second laps. And then I'm in a relatively... Oh, it's 2:20? You think it's 2:20? Okay. I'll have to check. I bumped. I messed up so bad there. 2:20. Yeah, that's... I mean, I'll continue for the other, like... I'll continue for a little while, but... Yeah, we'll continue for another, like, 25 minutes, but there's no way I'm not that good at the game. I'm not that good at... I don't have that level of precision. Yeah, I just don't... I'm not gonna be that good at the game. Yeah, that sounds like, when I hear that, that sounds like borderline superhuman. Oh, it's like Mario Kart? Because I've been trying different speeds to get that boost at the beginning, and it just didn't seem to be happening, so I kind of stopped trying. Yeah, I'll just, if in a half, yeah, if in a while I can't, you think you can't? You're not 100%? Alright, we'll see. Because if not, then I can just go into the main races, because I was playing on easy mode before. I'll just go into the tracks, the Grand Prix I've already unlocked, which are the normal sort of course. I mean, show me the credits. I've beaten, on easy mode, the normal selection of the normal Grand Prix. Like, anything past this is kind of just a bonus for, like, the very best players, in a sense. At least that's how I see it. But I beat it on easy. Let's see if I can beat it on normal. And see how good I can do on hard. Because I beat it in terms of getting through all the Grand Prix, but it did do so on the easiest setting, so I can get the feel for it. And plus, I haven't even touched the mini games yet, so I think I know what I want. I think I know how I'll conduct the rest of this stream. There we go. Okay. That's right there is the time where I needed to be, or I needed to have already crossed the finish line by that point. Now, is there actual, no, Mecha Kong, since you know this game, is there actual drifting? Because I try to drift, like, even in Mario Kart Super Circuit, I remember I used the bunny hop and dig into the turn with the D-pad, and you drift a bit. Is there any mechanic like that here? Because if there is, it works nothing like Mario Kart. Alright. And mind you, I definitely feel like this is... I mean, I'll probably enjoy Mario Kart Super Circuit more now that I have a realistic expectation of what to expect. Because I'd seen the screenshots of it, but I was hoping for something, maybe even just 10% closer to what Mario Kart 64 was like. And I know that Mario Kart Super Circuit is more like, you know, Super Mario Kart for Super Nintendo. But my first Mario Kart was Mario Kart 64, and I like the jumps. There's not much in terms of drifting. Okay. Alright, so at least I'm not missing out on a key mechanic I need. What is it? Yeah, my first Mario Kart was Mario Kart 64. I love the jumps and the 3D, like the sort of... the jumps and stuff were some of my favorite parts of Mario Kart 64. And I was expecting... I knew the graphics were going to be downgraded for Mario Kart Super Circuit. And even when I went back to... I only played this on a PC emulation years and years ago, but when I played Super Mario Kart for Super Nintendo, I didn't like it much. Now, I am going to play through it again. I'm going to play it, give it a fair chance on the Super NES Classic Edition with an actual proper Super Nintendo controller. Maybe I'll like it more. But I didn't like the way the track rotates around. You basically control the track with your steering instead of controlling the character. I didn't like the feel of that. I didn't like that in Super Mario Kart. Like, half the track was always taken up by the map screen, even when you were playing single player. And when I've had a lot of encounters where people, when I say that, oh, I didn't like Super Mario Kart for Super Nintendo, and they'll think, oh, I'm just spoiled by the graphics, you know, or of when I say that Mario Kart 64 was my favorite, or the earliest Mario Kart game I like. They'll say, like, oh, you just don't like, you know, you're spoiled by the graphics or whatever, and maybe even assume that I'm a lot younger than I actually am. But it's like, how could I be hating on Mario Kart 64 just because it doesn't have, like, polygonal 3D graphics and tracks, when I liked Super Monaco GP2 on the Game Gear, and that was on an 8-bit system. And Mario Kart was on a 16-bit system, and Mario Kart GP2 I played on the Game Gear, which is an 8-bit system. So, wow, I got a sub... Okay, hey, I'll see you around. Hoping, hey, thanks for joining me. 229, we got sub 30. I'm probably not going to get through this, but there is there's a whisper of hope. There's a whisper of a dream that I could maybe even get down to 228 and keep dragging it down, but I'm only gonna... Actually, at this point, let's... Hold on. I'm gonna give myself a half hour, right? Give myself a half hour. Actually, I probably should... Yeah... We'll try this a couple more times and then get into the races. And maybe I'll save the mini-games for when I return to this game sometime down the line. That's what I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to save the mini-games for down the line. Maybe I'll do a side-by-side comparison streams between this game and Mario Kart Super Circuit. I think that's what I'd like to do when I come back to this. I'll do side-by-side streams of this and Mario Kart Super Circuit. And, yeah, after this, maybe I'll, go ahead and just try some of the races, the normal Grand Prix, on, normal mode. Because I did play on easy mode before. I love video games, but in terms of skill, I'm probably way more on the casual side than the hardcore side. I just like enjoying, you know, just having fun playing the game. And even what's considered, a lot of people probably consider a normal level of challenge might be really tough for me. Like, a lot of the games that people say are too easy are games that are just about the right level of challenge to me, where I have to grind and practice, but I can't eventually get through it. You know, and because of that, a lot of, we'll deal with that when we get there, but I'm gonna have fun playing the games regardless. There we go. Alright, final lap. Alright. Oh, shucks. Okay, there we go. We made it. We made it. There we go. 9, 12. How close can we get? It's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, we're not. We're post 230, which is like the real. Ah, shucks. All right. Let's just go back. Let's go to the item shop. Let's buy some items. Through the item, they really don't explain what this does, but basically, you use. Okay, that's the. You can't. Can I buy this missile that flies in a straight path? I want the red one. Red missile. This follows the enemy. Yeah. Alright. Yeah, let's blow all our money on these items. Let's actually I haven't saved, because I have a feeling when I... Yeah, make sure you don't save over anyone else's file, but... Alright, let's go to the races. PCGP, let's go to normal mode. And we'll start from the beginning. We played these tracks at the beginning of when we first went to... Alright. My favorite music in the game, because I do love the Goemon game. Oh, I love the one Goemon, well, the couple of Goemon games I played. Oh shucks, I've been turned into a pig already. Insert Willow reference here. Okay, there we go. That's more like it. Yeah, like as soon as I heard this music, that's when I knew, okay, this isn't just going to be playing this game to sort of, check it off the list of GBA launch games I have access to that I can play. When I heard this music, I'm like, okay, I'm actually going to really like this game. And in fact, I think oh gosh, okay. Almost went into the water there. Yeah, next week I'll be back with some other Game Boy Advance launch period game, something from the first, oh gosh, I ran into my own weapon there. Yeah, something from the first few months of the Game Boy Advance's lifespan. I mean, if not a launch game, because there are other launch games I could play that I have not played yet, but right now I'm limited to what's playable on the Wii U Virtual Console and offered on its eShop, which is still online. And that's how I am playing this. If you have a Wii U and want want officially authorized ways to play a lot of games, I mean, the Wii U eShop is probably going to be the last chance you have to buy DS games and play them on a virtual console type setup, and as well for Game Boy Advance games. So if you're interested in not using PC emulation or high-end solutions like the Analog Pocket, which I'm fortunate to possess a pre-order for, I would definitely say if you already have a Wii U, to take advantage of it while the Wii U eShop is still online, because Nintendo is not. I know in South America they've apparently discontinued the Wii U eShop, but the Wii U eShop there was only like 5% of the games that were available in Europe, in North America, and Japan. So it was kind of just a vestigial eShop to begin with. It wasn't the full eShop that we have in North America and in Europe. Gosh. There we go. So, there's really... But Nintendo really hasn't announced any plans to discontinue the 3DS or Wii U eShops. I mean, 3DS, at least, that was a successful system. But with the Wii U, that was a failed system. So the fact that they've kept the eShop up this long has been a real virtue. And Nintendo has paid attention to it. I mean, there was a almost like a period of 4 or 5 years where Nintendo just really kind of just left the Wii eShop up just to rot. I mean, they left it up as though someone forgot to turn off a switch in some server room somewhere where there's nothing being added to it, no promotions for it, they weren't manufacturing Wii anymore. All Wii online services were shut down except the eShop where you could still download games, which I was still downloading games right to the very end on the eShop. So games mostly for streaming purposes. Because even for years before I was able to assemble the equipment enough to have the streaming setup that you see me using now, I did buy a lot of virtual console games on Wii and Wii U, specifically with streaming in mind. So, just zip right through that lightning zone. Oh no, I got BS'd there. You saw that. Okay, I do have some opportunity to hopefully regain some status there. Okay, I'm back in first. Good. Well-timed use of the item. Yeah! That was almost a great injustice as far as video games are concerned. Because, I just didn't hit the launch pad, on the right pixel, so it just counted me as just running off the cloud and needing to be respawned onto the track. Which cost me a lot of time. I had 2 or 3 people in front of me. I was able to use the items to take them out and get back to where I was at before. There we go. I forgot what that... Oh yeah, that's basically like the boo, except it doesn't steal items. Just makes me invisible and invulnerable to, I think, a lot of the weapons and hazards. There we go. So if he overtakes me, I'm just gonna... Yeah, there we go. I wasn't planning for him to overtake me right after I said that, but that's just how it turned out, so... I'm just hanging on to this missile. Yeah, I'm enjoying this so much more. And that's the thing, what I've loved about streaming is I've already discovered so many games that... I mean, I've already probably played 300% more hours, put 300% more hours into video games through, compared to last year, compared to 2019, just because of me streaming. And then on top of that, I've just discovered a lot of games that I otherwise would not have discovered. Like discovering Dragon Spirit, discovering this game. So playing games that I haven't played, a lot of my favorite games I really have not played since the period in which they were new games. And then, on top of that, like Mario Party 2 being an exception. That game I go on and off with. Yeah, there are lots of... Oh man, when I have Mario Party Advance on this Wii U system I'm playing on. A Wii U, which by the way was donated by fans of my old fan of my old YouTube channel. Bought it for me, and I'm grateful for them. And unfortunately, I thanked them at the time, and we did an unboxing video. But I have lost contact with them. They've apparently erased all evidence of their online presence since then. Which was crazy because they shipped it from Canada, and at the time they had a job at a fast food restaurant. So, according to their social media at the time, so I doubt that they were exactly rolling in the dough. But they felt so strongly that for my Nintendo coverage, that I deserved to have a Wii U, even though I really couldn't responsibly afford one. That they bought one for me, and unfortunately, I didn't really get to start playing until recently. Wow, that went by in the blink of an eye. I feel like I just started the race and. Already. So, in between races, I do want to, since I'm talking about it, just give a shout out to my Wii U console here that I'm playing this on. I'm playing using the Wii U Pro controller, fantastic controller, surpassed only by the Switch Pro controller here, but not by much. Not by much, but yeah, surpassed, but not by a great deal. But we'll keep playing for at least another 20 minutes or so. No matter how far that gets us. Okay, I scored first place in the normal mode, so I mean, we played easy mode just to get acquainted with it. Now it's good to know that the game wasn't just handing to me. And maybe just doing the practice has made the difference. But we'll play another 20 minutes. But at 8 o'clock, whatever Grand Prix I'm in, I'm going to finish. I'm not going to just shut the game off the second we hit 8 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. Okay. We're going to... Oh, I just looked at the track layout, the map, like the on-screen map, and realized that this is a baseball diamond. And that should have been obvious, but nice theming here with the baseball stadium and for a baseball series and a baseball diamond track. It's pretty clever. Oh gosh. There we go. That's more like it. Oh my gosh. Okay, so just hitting this spot, just hitting the mole's track, not just hitting the mole himself, will count as, wow. These races are going by so quickly, it feels like to me. Alright. There we go. have a Goemon stage again. I'll take it. Just use the... Oh, shucks. I tried to use the boost to cut through the grass, so that's something I do a lot in Mario Kart games. I couldn't quite aim the missiles the way I wanted to because the ninja there was bumping into me. And from behind, the ninja looks like Toad. He does. He really does look like Toad. Alright. Oh wow, changing times of day in the track. That's cool. Yeah, there's no slipstreaming in this, so there's no real advantage in hovering right behind the other racers like that. I do... You're about to be dazzled by the Halloween decorations in Party City? Alright, go for it. I remember, like, the only Party City near me, at one point there was a Party City, and next to it was this... Shucks, I didn't get first place. Oh well. But that was a tough track, so... Yeah, and there was a Party City. Next to it was this mom-and-pop dollar store. It wasn't like a Dollar Tree or a Dollar General or anything like that. You know, it's funny. When I moved from where I used to live, in the New York City metropolitan area, I guess you could say, I heard of Dollar General, but I never saw one. So then when I moved elsewhere in the U.S., I saw Dollar General for the first time. I went into one for the first time. And it was actually near a Dollar General near the motel I was living in for a little while, and where I got a lot of my supplies that I needed, you know, disposable cups and plates and stuff, you know, for living that seat of your pants lifestyle, trying to find some new housing after living in the same place for, you know, 20-something years, but which was fun in its own way. It was a fun adventure, but yeah, it was the first time I went into a Dollar General, and then when I went back to visit, you know, friends and family where I used to live, then there was a Dollar General, like where, and I was like, okay, so now there's a Dollar General. It's like I went elsewhere in the country, and then when I went back to visit, it's like I brought back all the unique chains and businesses from elsewhere in the country back to my home region with me. Yeah, this is not as treacherous as it looks if you're used to the Rainbow Road from Mario Kart on Super Nintendo or Game Boy Advance, because this Rainbow Road, the walls bounce me back. There are not as many opportunities to fly off the track. There is a consistent... Okay. This is a lot tougher on normal mode, I gotta say. I think I'm going faster, is what's going on. And I think the enemy AI may be a little fiercer as well. Yeah, that was the homing missile, so... Able to... Yeah... Like, I don't even know what that icon... I know that icon is a boost, but I don't even know, like, what it's supposed to represent. Yeah, I got pigified. Yeah, I gotcha. He was right next to me, but... Yeah, there's no slipstreaming here. So... Whew. Oh, gosh darn it. You get back here. I don't want third place. I want second from you. Yeah, get that spot back. Yeah. Whew. Boy, is this harder when you're going faster. Hey, I caught up with the first place character. It's the girl from Parodius. Now, I'm surprised it didn't... Okay, doggone. Second place. Now, no, it's the girl from Twinbee. Excuse me, that's the girl from... Not Parodius, Twinbee. I'm getting my shooters mixed up. I will be playing the Twinbee games. I already have Stinger for NES, which is the first Twinbee game to come to North America, and the only Twinbee game to have horizontal shooting segments, because Twinbee like Fantasy Zone, the other cute 'em up, that is a side-scrolling shooting game, whereas the Twinbee series is normally a vertical shooting game. Alright, there we go. Yeah, thanks, Sasuke. I may have never gotten far enough in Mystical Ninja Star and Goemon to actually have you as a playable character, as I'm ashamed to admit. But at least you can help me in the Goemon racing game. In the Konami Krazy racing game. Yeah, I love Mystical Ninja Star and Goemon. I never actually got far enough into it. I found, because you find Sasuke earlier in the game, but he's missing batteries, and you have to find 2 batteries. I never got far enough into the game where you actually find the batteries, and because Sasuke is a robot ninja, so you have to get you find him, but his batteries are missing. You have to find the batteries to be able to actually restore him to life and play as him as a character. So when I play Mystical Ninja Star and Goemon, I do intend to actually beat the game for the first time, honestly, because I've only played through the first 2 dungeons, and like Zelda games, like most of the gameplay is, at least traditional Zelda games, a lot of the gameplay is reliant on those 4 dungeons. And Mystical Ninja Star and Goemon, it's kind of like Mario 64 meets Ocarina of Time, though it did come out before Ocarina of Time. But like a lot of the gameplay is on the overworld and in the towns. That's one thing. Like the towns in Mystical Ninja Star and Goemon are better than the towns in Ocarina of Time. Clocktown being sort of the one main town and being so vast and having so many character interactions and timed events, it's hard to compare them directly. But Mystical Ninja Star and Goemon has the towns in Mystical Ninja Star and Goemon, I think, totally whoop the butt of, hey, King of APOC, thanks for following and have a great time, as my prepared message say. Yeah, I've been doing, I don't know how long you've been watching, but I've been doing a lot of Game Boy Advance launch coverage lately. Now, if you look on, I have a command here, it's on screen now, but if I just used my own command to post the link. Oh, you love Stinger. I've never played Stinger. I've only played Fantasy Zone for the Sega Master System. I've never played this game before. Now, I was, some say I look younger than I am, but I was around for the launch of Game Boy Advance, and I don't remember this racing game, but I played Mario Kart Super Circuit. I wasn't that impressed with it. The Pricey is still gearing up for your Halloween stuff. Now, listen to this track here. Listen to this. This is the highest quality voice samples I've ever heard in a Game Boy Advance game. Now, about my equipment, I'm playing this. Oh, excuse me. I'm playing this on my Wii U here. I'm playing this on the Wii U Virtual Console. I'm playing this on the Game Boy Advance. I'm playing this on the Virtual Console on the Wii U. The Game Boy Advance frame here. This is something I added for my stream setup. This is something I added in my broadcast software. Hey, Nexy8, thanks for the follow. I was just telling King of APOC. I played Mario Kart Super Circuit when it first came out. I rented it from Blockbuster. I was not that impressed with it. Mind you, I have not played it since 2002. I'm more experienced of a gamer at the time, and it's not just because of the graphics, because Mario Kart 64 was my first Mario Kart game. But I loved Monaco GP2 for the Game Gear, and that was an 8-bit system. So when people say, I used to tell people that I didn't like the Game Boy Advance or Super Nintendo Mario Kart games, they thought it was just because I was spoiled by, oh, thanks for the host, I appreciate it. So when I tell gamers that I didn't like the Mario Kart games on Game Boy Advance or Super Nintendo, they thought I was just spoiled by, the graphics of Mario Kart 64 being fully 3D and everything. But really, it was more just that I didn't like the way you steered in that game. Like, you kind of steer the cart instead of steering you sort of steer the racetrack rather than steer the cart in Mario Kart on Super Nintendo. But I do have the Super NES Classic Edition, which I haven't even really touched yet, except for just testing purposes. I've never... so I will be giving that game a second chance on stream eventually. I've only been streaming since May or April, so I'm kind of new to this. This is my 37th stream so far. I usually stream 2 or 3 times a week. This is my last stream of this week, but let me take a look at my document here. I'll be streaming... I haven't updated my materials with this yet, but I'll be streaming on Tuesday at 7 and Friday at 3. I'll be streaming more early Game Boy Advance stuff from around the 2001 period. And so in streaming these launch period Game Boy Advance games, now I only have so much money as a little kid back then to buy Game Boy Advance games. And I haven't, like Super Mario Advance we played and beat on stream. That I have not played since... you know, renting it from Blockbuster back in 2001 or 2002. So I was really rediscovering the game, in a sense. And so I've had a lot of fun, and also discovering new games like this. I really honestly kind of played it. I did hear some positive buzz about this being better than Mario Kart Super Circuit, but I didn't really take it that seriously. But playing the game, I'm like, yeah, this is better than what I remember Mario Kart Super Circuit being like. And in the future, this is my last stream where I'll be playing this for a while. Probably even a few months or more. But I do intend to I usually start off my streams by playing Mario, like I've been playing Mario 64 for like a half hour at the start of each stream, and Mario 64 I had when it first came out on N64, so I have the original cartridge, but I never really played it since maybe 97 or the latest 98. I did play the DS version when that came out on Nintendo DS, being of course blown away by just having a 3D platformer on a handheld. Like that was, you know, we take it so for granted nowadays, but just having 3D on a handheld, you know, like yeah, you got kart racers like this that had sort of pseudo 3D or rotational, but having full free-roaming polygonal 3D platforming on a handheld was such a revolutionary thing when the DS came out, and the PSP as well. I got both the PSP and DS at launch. That was, you know, when I was, older, going into college, and was able to afford some of my own games more so than in the GBA era. But I look forward to playing modern stuff as well. I've played like Undertale, which is a 2015 game, which is I actually have a Let's Play going on my YouTube channel. If you type in !VODs, it'll take you to an unlisted playlist on YouTube of my VODs. I post my unabridged VODs on YouTube, unlisted, and that playlist is the only way you can really access them. But on my YouTube channel proper, I do have a Let's Play, because I'm playing Deltarune off-stream right now, and I'm releasing one episode per week. I actually filmed another episode of that today, so if you're interested in seeing me play through Deltarune, like games that I may play a second playthrough of Deltarune off stream, but in terms of playing through this in a more like the games that I feel like having a first playthrough wouldn't work so well in a streaming environment, I just go ahead and do a Let's Play for. I was back in like 2011, 2012, I got up to like 2,000 subs on my YouTube channel. I use the same channel I used back then. So I have a bit of a following there, a tiny little one. But I had 2,000 subs back when that was on the very lowest echelon of being mildly notable. And I was focusing on Nintendo stuff. I was a Sega kid back in the early 90s. My first system was the Sega Game Gear. My earliest streams are Game Gear, of the Game Gear. My earliest streams, but my first gaming experiences, I mean, I had some electronic, Mattel Electronics handhelds. Like, I had like a handheld football game from the 70s. It was my first video game whatsoever, I suppose. My first proper game system was the Game Gear back in '91. And my first game for it was Sonic the Hedgehog, which I actually beat. And I'm lucky to own the Analog Mega SG and the Game Gear cartridge adapter, so I was able to play my Game Gear cartridges I was able to play my first video game, my actual cartridge of it from back in the day, on stream as my first stream. So, I do have a tradition I want to start, which I kind of forgot about, frankly, is the reason I didn't do it this month. But perhaps for the first stream of each month, what I'll do is play Sonic on Game Gear as my my first stream, as my first stream of the month, just to sort of show it to people, because I know when I was doing my Game Gear Sonic stream, so many people who are seasoned gamers never really saw the and I imported the Master System cartridge from Europe. So, Game Gear and Master System versus Sonic are very similar, but they're different. Like, they have different speedrunning categories. They are very different games, but they're based on the same game. Like, the Game Gear version is a port of an adapted port of the Master System version, and they have different things that make either version either easier or harder, depending on how you look at it. Now, I don't know if Sasuke, when you have the super power-up, if that protects you from falling into holes. But he just ran out of juice, so... Oh god, come on, come on. Oh no. Yeah, I figured I was going to lose my first place spot for at least a little while, because I really was goofing up there, bonking. Oh, I didn't... Oh, I'm doing so bad now. I was doing great before. Oh, of course, every single rocket misses the enemy in front of me. I could play this for maybe an hour more, but I do need to get on with my day and get on with my real-world responsibilities. But I will be doing... okay. Alright. We're gonna finish the Grand Prix we're currently on, and then we'll call the stream there. Let's see if there's anyone around that I know is cool that I could pass you on to. Because I don't like doing raids on people that I have not at least. I know what I need to do. I need to go around and surf. I need to surf around when I have some free time and find some more people that I can be familiar with, so I know, like, hey, if they're live, I can pass them on to them. Just see if it's the kind of stream that sort of meshes with the audience I have and with the type of games that I like and the type of games my audience seems to like. Alright. Because we're almost at 8 o'clock, and we're in the middle of a circuit now, so we'll at least finish this current circuit and save, so we can save any of the coins that we've amassed up to this point. So the shield does not sort of give you a quick refresh from... Now, I don't even know which Konami franchise this stage is supposed to be based on. I don't know if it's Parodius, or if it's from that music game with the cat and rabbit girls, or what. Yeah, homing missile. Okay, there we go. Hey. Yeah, so I did... Now, I have a problem where I keep associating what... It looks like ice, but it's actually... Well, it looks like water, but it's actually ice. I don't know if I don't even feel like the cart handle is significantly different. I don't know why. The way the track's designed there, it makes me want to keep going straight when I am actually supposed to turn. Yeah, if I was able to start the stream a little earlier, I'd probably, and at the same point, I probably would go ahead and play a little longer. But at least this leaves, oh gosh, doggone. Yeah, at least this leaves, like, the mini-games. Like, there's, like, a licensing system in this game, and mini-game, at least, yeah, not good, but... Oh, I actually have to try it again. Alright, we'll keep going. I thought you had to be in the top 4 to be able to advance to the next track. And I was 4th place, wasn't I? But, okay. I mean, you obviously always want to be in first if you can, but... Alright. Oh my goodness. Alright. Yeah, this gave me trouble. I had to retry it a couple of times the first time I played it. Yeah, drop the hole right in front of the bell. thing I really hate is the fact... one thing I hate, I don't feel that strongly, but it's a real shame, in my opinion, that they got rid of the, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, please. It's a shame that they got rid of the fake item box item, starting with... It last appeared in Mario Kart DS, or... maybe... wasn't it, if it was a Mario Kart Wii? I mean, I had the Wii. I loved it. I had games for it. For some reason, I just never ended up getting Mario Kart Wii. I mean, I was in college by then, so on one hand, I have more of my own money, but then I also have more of my own responsibilities. So I guess I just ended up choosing not to get Mario Kart Wii. So I don't know if the fake item box item was in that one, but the last Mario Kart game I played that had the fake item box was Mario Kart DS, which we will be playing on stream. I have it on the Virtual Console on the Wii U. Yay, I've overtaken... Okay, you have to be in 3rd place or better. Okay, I thought it was 4th place you had to be in or better to be able to get to advance to the next track. Now, I don't know if this is the end of the circuit or if there are more tracks after this. Alright, unfortunately that was the end. I was hoping there was one more track in the circuit because I don't have them all memorized. But what I will do is make sure I go ahead and save... no. Yeah, you have to manually save your progress, but like there's a storyline, there's like a licensing system. I have the Class A license, there's a Class S license that's even better, that lets you unlock another Grand Prix, I suppose. Now, I'll be back, I'll be streaming again, Tuesday at 7. I'll be playing at least a half hour Mario 64, and something else, probably for Game Boy Advance, probably from the first year, sometime in 2001. Let's see. Hey, I know what I'll do. I'm going to send you over to... Oh, excuse me. There we go. Let me make sure I actually spelled their name right. Yeah, there we go. So I'm going to just send you to MechaKong67, who was watching earlier, actually. But I will, thank you, my new followers. And, on my About page, or my info page, whatever they call it, I missed when it was all one page. It was more convenient to me. On my Twitch page, you can see what... I'll set it up once I'm done. I'll have a countdown to my next stream and a schedule to when that'll happen. And I have to set it up again, though, because I didn't do that in advance. And I'll play something from Game Boy Advance. I'm doing a lot of launch period GBA stuff. And when Mario 35 comes out, I definitely will be streaming that. It'll make a great warm-up game, and other stuff as well. So I've got my Switch here, I've got my Wii U, I've got an Analog Mega SG and a bunch of Sega cartridges. If you look at there, you can check out my my archived VODs on YouTube, which are otherwise unlisted. So I'll see you next time, and thanks for watching. So I'm gonna send you over to MechaKong now. There we go. I did it correctly, and